There we go. The weekly use. Probably gonna be some of that. Some of that. That is, I guess, kind of inevitable nowadays, sadly. It is already time. It is already time indeed. It is already time. Gonna be finishing tomorrow then. Space marinating. We go. Eager to learn the Ding games. I see. I'll wait to Ding then. Alright, let's check what is up on Steam. Pretty simple and straightforward there, yeah. Heard so, I heard so. Steam's Space Exploration Fest, that's why everyone is going for the insane simulators and stuff now. Oh, DSY, yeah, Space Recon sale actually, nice. Drone Boy Conquest, the Space Empires. Them for 87 cents, the value. The value, yeah, there is the X4 there. Mostly positive, Borotrop. Well, I mean, I guess that was the space stuff there, kinda. It's like there's some endurers of Starcom I saw. So we have some endurers of this one. A lot of space underwater, yeah. Oh, 1 second, let me pause this one. Obviously, gifties outside the Warhammer category, not gonna work. It's gonna pause it for now. You can set so it only shows in specific category where you are, but last time that was kinda borked and still was showing all the time. Right, boom. Turn that off. There we go. 24 on the pack, I see. Oh yeah, Starcom apparently people are going ham and enjoying. Apparently. The Inquisitor Martyr, actually. The space exploration, I guess the way. The astronauts. That one was kinda dink. A hardcore noir space sim. The life aboard your ship beware at the cost of every decision you make. Scavenge and explore the boneyard, create, build and customize your ship. Hire a crew to help, but remember nothing is more certain than death and taxes. Super ding, yeah. It's getting full release coming soon. Yeah, oh yeah, they got the publisher now, remember? I saw that. A publisher for 1.0 now. 1.0 plus Fire in the Hold update 2025. Damn son, still some time away. September 0.14 and then poof, 1.0 in the 2025. Gotta be quite the jump, I guess. In terms of versions. It looks like there's a bunch of dang space stuff going. A whole bunch of it. Ixion Outer Worlds, damn son, Invincible. All the ding stuff. The Warframe, damn, even that. Stellaris and the Star Tracker. And the Star Tracker doing with reviews and stuff. Good, eh? I did play that as a little bit. After I switched the game difficulty to driver, the game went from stressful to fun. So like probably removing all the batteries and everything basically, or like minimizing them. Use a custom game setting. Default is just too much repair and maintenance on the vehicle. Spend more time fixing stuff than playing the game. I mean, that's kind of fun though, but yeah, it's also kind of tricky with the prices of all those fixes and replacements, man. They are expensive, eh? Yeah, that's kind of very easy to spiral, you know, out of control financially. But it's still nice, It's good that they got, like, the warranty stuff. That one was kind of nice. It basically covers your early repairs. I think they should maybe make the warranty longer and give you, like, some, like, very, like, some special, you know, some high-quality parts. So they last longer on the start until you need it to actually replace something, so you can kind of build up a little bit of this fat, you know, in the beginning. It becomes kind of immersive, I guess. Like, the thing is, how they could make it happen better is if you would just, you know, like, basically have, like, a long stretches of just empty space, pretty much. With no, you know, debris and stuff. Like those highways, sort of, but, like, not, you know, like those, like, dang highways, but just, like, forward. You just, like, put, like, you know, like, there is actually even an option for cruise control and stuff. Just, like, press it. So it just goes forward, and you just kind of, like, get up and go change some things, replace some things. Problem is, like, some things you can't replace and change on the go because it just fucking short circuits and stuff, right? So that is also not that crazy good. But it would be still kind of, like, at least better somewhat if you could replace some of the things at least that way. Single resource for all subsystems, yeah, I guess. Or if you could recharge the batteries, which, I mean, you still use fuel, right? Like, you have kind of, like, double resource, sort of. You use fuel and you also use the batteries still. Which is, I mean, fine. That's kind of how cars work, right? But the cars also have generators, so you kind of, like, usually don't really need to do anything with that battery until it gets, like, old, or, you know, you don't drive it for a long time and it's, like, fucking winter and stuff and it just dies. Happened to be many times. But yeah, it's kind of, like, weird that way. Kind of weird that way. If you could at least, like, have some sort of station where you could, like, put those batteries and recharge them at least slowly, that would be kind of nice. That would be kind of nice. And yeah, just, like, being able to just, like, cruise forward while you're fixing some things, that would be good. And get, like, you know, like, some systems have 2 batteries, right? So you, for example, can get 1 and system is still working, so you can replace 1 by 1. It would be nice if that would be for kind of old systems, and if UCCs also had doubles, right? So you could, for example, like, on the go while you're cruising forward on your mission, you could just, like, go and, like, you know, switch all those things, fix them, and then go back and sit down. That'll be fine. That wouldn't be annoying to maintenance that way, because you're kind of, like, killing time while you're driving, you know, to your destination. That would be cool. I think that would be kind of nice. Batteries on stations. I feel like it kind of, like, basically becomes, like, the same loop as in, you know, like, refueling, sort of. So it would be, I think, kind of cool to have some station maybe right on the ship, so you can, and maybe upgrade it later. So, like, first you have, like, you know, 1 battery that will be slowly recharging, then you can have, like, multiple batteries recharging, you know, and faster, for example. But yeah, at the cost of dropping durability. Yes, you will be able, you will need to replace them eventually. But yeah, overall, like, a lot of good stuff there going in that game. I like it. Even in the current situation, I still kind of do like it. There's, like, so many different activities you could add and stuff too, and that just kind of makes me want to play some sort of, like, more deeper simulation, you know, where you're not just, like, Star Trekking, but you also can do a bunch of other stuff, kind of like X4 and everything, I guess, too, in a way. Sorta, but, you know, like, something like multiplayer. Gonna wait another decade for the Star Citizen, you know, to actually be something like that, I guess. One day it will. A way better version of Star Tracker? Is it? Is it really? See, Steve, I say, already prepared there. Even the light dangerous, Steve, son. A green hill on sale. Then the lorry on sale. The Rise of Industry for $2. Aruba Questo. The arc kick. This is the new one. Even the dragons. Terminator resistance. How's this one going? Now this one doing, still pumping. Still not very positive. I wonder what's their next. I wonder what's their next one. Yes, Steve, I see. Oh, the grind and the light dangerous, I see. Not enjoying the grind. It's coming out and that soon, yeah. Well, I mean, it already kind of exists and playable even. A lot of people actually do, so they totally not in the rush, I guess, for releasing it, because they still gonna be like stalling and trying to sell more and more before it's even out. To cash out then later on the big hype. It will take a while. They do be adding a bunch of stuff. Like, I think Interdev actually is like going crazy in Star Citizen in terms of amount of hours played already. And the RTS one still delayed. Yeah, I was kind of like I thought that might be that maybe was the RTS one, but the RTS one I think still not out. A Punisher is on 30% sale. That going. The mostly in the video. I guess they still weren't really pumping in terms of sale abound there. I wouldn't really going that crazy on that. Got another vampire going there. Yeah, that was Focus. Focus is not too bad though, at least. That wasn't THQ or something, so maybe guys are kind of fine. And Mirage Feathers, and the weeb stuff. Kicking in. The bullet hell on rail shooter. And the mega weeb stuff. I'm gonna say for work weeb stuff, you never fucking know nowadays, man. And the mega gaming, dude. I'm brave of you to click it. Well, I mean, this one seems kind of like it should be alright, I guess. Didn't have the dang tags and everything, so should be alright. Like the most degen stuff, it hides for me at least. At least that it does. Yeah, Roots of Victory set is out. 6th of September. Let's see. Played that one like a shitload of time ago already at this point. The demo, like on one of the next fest, I think. Was kind of like a couple of years ago, I guess. The dig building settlement building. That was kind of alright. It's not a adjacency base though, sorta. That's kind of decent amount of those lately. Maybe even a little too many. Maybe even a little too many for my taste. A buttered cat? And the cat buttered. Cat plus toast. Ah, buttered cat paradox, that one, I see. Now where it gonna land? Gonna get the insane gravity stuff. They gonna mix him. Where's the toast? I don't see the toast of the cat there. Oh, they separate, alright. And then they merge. And then it's actually flying. Oh, some peak game in there. Hellscat, that's it. Already farming. What the cat likes. Some more puzzles where you control cat and the toast. See, this one is more about them platformers. Ain't that simple, looks like. The puzzle platforming. That was butter. Did you beat it? Yeah, the co-op tavern management. Another one. Thrilling mix of genres. Cooperative first-person open world. Damn, fantasy tavern simulator. Action, fishing, hunting, exploration, completing fun and diverse quests. And I got everything. And of course, cooking. The meta, man, the meta. Seems interesting, but looks empty. Really, window? It's like all the depends on what you do in co-op there. The NBA on the mixed, not even mostly negative. Damn, they actually improved. They actually improved. Need so much of this in game virtual currency. So many bugs. Still has 10+ year-old bug. Well, that's consistency, man. And the Toad approves. Unplayable crashing mess. Every time, and then they still, and people still gonna go and buy a whole bunch of them, so they get another like few hundred millions, if not even more, from that shit. And then microtransactions rolling in. Harry Potter? Damn, how's the Quidditch going? Mostly positive. Have you played it already, Seo? Have you played this one? The Quidditch enjoyer is already going in. Ah, no time, I see. Like main roles, for some reason they changed 3v3 with bots. Great game, now it sucks, don't recommend. The lack of player level base matchmaking. Oh, are they now having the speed freak situation there? If you weren't working, well, he's on vacation now though, so time to catch up with everything. This one pumping. Oh yeah, there's the Starcom. Starcom actually good, eh? I already finished 2 games, damn son. Look at him go. Using that vacation good. That one Hello played, I think, right? And this one apparently is kinda nice. And not even early access still. Similar to Fallout 4. So I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about that one. The Endless Sky successor? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's more kind of like, you know, X4 or something, but in this sort of perspective and stuff. Like it's more of like the Ding simulation there. And the action RPG of exploration and adventure. You know, building your own ship and everything. And then going around blasting things. And with some epic story. That one apparently is nice. Yeah, Mega Loot we saw last week. The Visions of Mana 2. And not that crazy much new stuff then. Wukong's pumping. Warhammer pumping more though. Age of Mythology is also going harder. Still, Warhammer do be going ham even more. Studio shut down? Yeah. They did. They did get them. That was a weird one. And that was a weird one. Just to launch and was kind of like pretty good reception and stuff. They just got them pretty much closed. Hello, mellow. And maybe NBA with all this, with all the not really bogus reviews, and they still go in ham on the top sailors. Every year, man, every year. The point of even buying the game and the devs don't even get the money. Well, I mean, if you really want to play it, I guess. Hey, cara coolio. The Call of Duty. Oh yeah, Narc can even go into the top. With the insane remaster, that is still mixed actually too. Son, nothing changes with that one. A recent mix, all of them mix. Haven't learned anything in the last 10 years, The game should be a game over 300 gigabytes. Classic. Avoiding FPS with constant stutters, Pay to win DLC that costs $30 with barely any content. Oh? Kinda like pay to win DLCs they have an arc nowadays, What the fuck? Really optimized, the usual. Ark has always had mixed reviews, it's a bit buggy, but I still like it. Run. Bad crashing problem. Yeah, wonder when Ark 2, man. That probably also gonna be a fiesta. Looking at all this shit. I wouldn't be surprised, Yeah, DBD there too. All of a sudden. Baldur's Gate with discount and some new ambiguous patches, and there it is again. Again at the top. Impressive, Private Ability Manager. That's like the PMC management stuff now already. CEO PMC, I see. Two capable mercenaries purchase weapons, develop mercenaries according to their roles and characteristics. Observe how your mercenaries perform in combat and plan your tactics to ensure mission success. See what do I see? Yeah, we got some quality regional pricing. Feels good. There's a rare one. But happens sometimes. This one, Night of September, is prologue also, right? Classic, classic. Tactical Auto Battler, that's how it's called, the full version. Yeah, the Hype Train Digital there. Yeah, more like this body cam, damn really. Now this one going recently, the mostly positive actually. People being the body cam enjoyers, Still going ham on this one. Very glitchy, not worth its price in the current state. Dead slow with decisions. Charge $30 for their asset flip. Just an asset flip riding on records hype. Damn son. That's quite the theories there. The on the records hype. Like I think what majority of people don't even know the fuck on record is. Even in chat probably a lot of them don't even know. And even I remember just because like I kinda recently saw it again. Otherwise I wouldn't even remember the fuck is that. Otherwise I wouldn't even remember the fuck on record is. And they somehow riding that hype wave there. That's a cool story. Oh, the Dinkness one that we saw on one of the shows there. Remember that one. A little bit to Dink. Even got the fishing in there. Happy gaming, man. Happy gaming. The 9th of September also. It's interesting. 9th of September, Monday. Bunch of stuff on Monday now. Wasn't that like usually like kind of Tuesday, Thursday? One good Monday now. And technically, Space Marine also gonna be tomorrow. Technically, Arcane Ballast. Fast-paced action-packed roguelike. Breeding with sorcery. It's like Willows from Ragnarok there. Master 7 elements. Got the cat mages there. So kind of going for that a little bit of a like risk of rainy stuff going. Even like the style sort of like the graphics. Not the style of the world sort of, but you know the graphics kinda looking a little similar. Park full of cats. Oh damn, another one. A long time no see, eh? Not a dang hidden object time. And they keep pumping these. Yeah, the cat meta growing stronger, man. Yours Horizon. Shantae River City Girls Advanced Warriors Reboot Camp. Publisher Atari. Damn, son. Exploration of one of Atari's richest and best known classic titles. We be fighting the boomers, man. And the game plan. It's on 10th of September. Atari dropping more stuff then. Interesting. Sure, it is at least decent. Well, I mean, yeah, Shanta and everything, and Atari is a publisher and the franchise from the Mega Boomer stuff, so it could be. It actually could be. A Backrooms Media. It's like the Backroom is also like the core. Oh yeah, maybe that one is. No, there was Backrooms Together or something also. I saw some people were playing. Maybe it was this one though. Calling all content creators. There it is. Gotta farm the co-op horror. More of them Backrooms there. Let's see. Hopefully. Towerborn there. Sounds familiar. No, from Xbox there. And probably saw on their shows, Published by Xbox Game Studios. Got the smorks. T.5D down side scroller, yeah. It looks like it. More co-op fiesta, I guess. The co-op galore. Castle Crush is also good, nice to say, yeah? It could be. It does seem like it's something you probably want to play in co-op, though. Probably. Your Beast. That'd be. Military industrial complex across stylish comic book micro sandboxes. This fast-paced covert a revenge thriller. FPS and developers of El Paso elsewhere. Damn, that one. There's some dank music is involved too. This one also gonna get a movie already, yeah. And this at least looks kinda dank. And the Weeba name was called Yarus Rising, yeah. bought Heroes 4. Damn, say I got the best one. Got the best one now. Need Heroes 2, man. Or need to check how's the mod for Heroes 3 that ports Heroes 2 there works. I kinda want to check that for Boomerthon. I'm gonna get ready for the new Heroes, even though I guess second ones I'm not really super connected, but at least it's the same world. 4 is already not the same world. 4 is his favorite one, damn son. I didn't know they announced a new one in East Russian, I see. Damn son. I'm missing out on the news. Well, I mean, that wasn't like some high-profile announcement, though. So it is kind of easy to miss. There was a lot of marketing going on either. I think they basically actually did a bunch of like interviews with like some of the heroes enjoyers. Some of the streamers and the YouTubers who do a lot of hero stuff. That I think so far is all they did. Which is, I mean, that sounds like a good way to do it. Especially since still early in development. I'm gonna get people who will be able to give some decent feedback. And they also have one of their artists streaming, actually, I think, making the art for the game, character portraits and stuff, I think. That also sounds kind of cool. Kind of cool way to do it. Sort of free marketing too, in a way. Yeah, good for artists. Getting a channel going on the side and everything. Sounds like a nice way to do it. You'll see who that'd be. Technicolor, a hyperkinetic roguelike action platformer. I already see some Amiga trailers going there. Where the game, please? The budgets. They're exactly the same sort, yeah, I agree. They do have the same vibe usually, at least. I was kind of expecting it even like from the description, the trailer, there's gonna be some cartoony stuff, but that's just the usual. Just the usual, you know, boomer platformer, sorta. Wanna be at least. From the looks of it. Yeah, the trailer is pumping there. Trailer is pogging. Rugrats Adventures in Gameland. Damn son. This show's still going even. It's still going with that one. That shit is like ancient at this point already. That shit is already ancient. How is it still around even? Okay, I was a kid, I think, when that was on TV and everything. They'll be giving that one next week. They do give one. I think this is some sort of like bundle, I guess. They do give some. That's true. But yeah, see, there's actually I'm not sure. That's just how they stylize the banner, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it's two different games really. I saw like back to back there. I wish that how it looked. It does have some special art style indeed. I agree. The last time it was relevant, I'm not sure actually. That's what I'm like wondering. Like, is it even around still? Then the Game Informer review still. With Budman. That one's gone. Toggle between beautiful 8-bit and HD art. Select your favorite baby, then. Incoming a Dog's playthrough on stream. Already pre-ordering. Any hidden gems in the queue? Car X Street. The same one it is actually, huh? Nice. I'm gonna ferry on Epic even then. Insane. No, with a lot of reviews there and stuff too. I had them. Some big racing right there. $62 positive, eh? What is this? A lot of watching going on there. Oh, like the port from mobile or some shit? Oh, alright, I see. Someone played the mobile version. Great game, especially for $20. Currently reviews are mixed because people play the game for 40 minutes and then refund it without even touching the tuning menus. I guess people just used the Forza Horizon giving away 100 free cars off the rip. I mean, bro, you pay for this shit. Like, it's not free. You paid for it. You're supposed to get, you know, cars. That's what you pay for. It was an older racing games where you had to stick with an awful car for a while before you got something decent. Well, that I guess is kinda was the case, I guess. Upgrade and tune your car there. Open world is impressive. Car listing customization is solid. Bit of a grind. Something all the racing games had since has been lost in the new games and just give you everything. I think I'm wary of its currency. Use that currency for larger upgrades such as engine transmission swaps to get a large sum every time you beat a club, but after you beat them all, there aren't many other reliable sources. Ah. But wait. You probably have that to obtain somewhere. No, actually not really. They not have the microtransactions even. Well, I mean, then it's kind of not too bad. If it's grindy and everything, but there's no microtransactions, then if it's a game design, whatever. I was just expecting that, you know, if it's the port of the mobile game, that there's gonna be some saucy action going. Unlock of optimization. Frame rate gradually drops from around 160 FPS down to a painfully low 20 FPS then. That's an interesting one. Fix some economy issues, but the gold coin is still an issue. Game comes to level 50 and there are no more gold coins with who you buy the elite stuff in the game. I do have a feeling that they're gonna just, like, you know, patch in some store later though, that way. If there's like a currency you're actually kind of like very limited of, there should be some sort of source of it. And I have a feeling the solution for that gonna appear later. Maybe. God, maybe I'm wrong though. I hope I am. And Memorial Police is actually doing well too. A lot of positives. Issue with the game was how short it was. 10 hours. Been my game of the year. But proximity in the game serves no purpose than to limit what you can achieve in an otherwise near perfect game. See. Crash is a lot about every 15 minutes. Running on GeForce now. Isn't actually kind of like the time limit? No, 15 minutes I guess too low. Then maybe that's what, that was just the time limit for the free GeForce Now or something. That's why Crash is on you there. Current state not worth 22 bucks. This one was looking kinda interesting. Looks like it is kinda alright. There's just not a lot of stuff going on, I guess, on this current stage of development. City builder with 4x elements and stuff. I mean, that probably will take a while until the feature complete stuff going in. Moria's pumping. That was very positive. Just one thought though, I see. Man, if it's gonna be another one with like all the chains of production and like different demands of different like population categories, that might be kind of like we'll see, I guess. We'll see. But that kind of got like so overused lately in all those like settlement, you know, builders and stuff, that I just kind of already like, I see that and it's just already not looking forward to it, dude. Not looking forward to it. Everything's copying it from Anno, yeah. I don't know why they actually started. I guess like the last Anno was like that kind of big. They have the data about how big it is and everyone's just like trying to get that mechanic going or something. Because yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Quite a lot of them just become kind of like some sort of like puzzle in the end. You basically just kind of like need to plan your settlement, how to like min-max, you know, the gains from all the like buildings that satisfy the demands of some specific types of citizens. Then you need to like, you know, plan where you're gonna settle those specific citizens in so they get benefits from all those buildings. So it just kind of becomes like more of a puzzle on the placement and adjacency of things. And some copies are actually kind of just full on going with the puzzle aspect, like Lysara, for example, right? They straight up just kind of like embrace it completely. Like amount of resources and stuff is like less important or kind of almost non-existent as long as you just kind of like get the needs of people covered. And you need to do it all in like this like limited amount of space because it's in the mountains. I mean, it's kind of cool concept though, but yeah, it's just like, it's not it, man. It's not it. I think Tropico still is kind of like probably like the top tier in that stuff. Probably. It's still really good economical, still really good social, still really good political simulation, and like a really good overall, man. A really nice, man. Nothing still to top it off, I feel. Maybe I could loot again. Kind of sad that it also, because it's so good, and there's no competition, is that yeah, it's kind of like becoming this, the insane DLC farming galore. That is sad. Squirrel with a gun in the end also kind of bombed hard. Imagine popular games. Gundam Breaker 4. This one's still doing alright too, looks like. I think already like second week I think it's showing. I guess last week was, yeah, on the release. Now it's going here. This one's still pumping. Someone recommends against it. Oh boy. Teresa recommends against it. Damn, son. Community rotten, full of racist and edgy people. Damn, son. Did some got some dankness on stream going. Worse than Call of Duty lobby. Oof. No, it's actually quite dang then if Teresa went all the way to post the review on that. So like Lyric was actually playing, I think, this one a lot. I guess kind of more lucky there. A bogus gaze with public, yeah, that's why I don't like playing like with random people and like anything really, especially voice chat. Never ever. The communities lately are just way too dank everywhere. Just get your static raid group for those, yep. That would be like nice to have in general for many games. Like would be nice to find, you know, peeps to play, not even like streamers or anything, just like some people even with without the voice chat that you can just play stuff, but then, you know, not everyone's gonna be buying everything. Like Space Marine, for example, would be amazing to play some in co-op. So if you guys gonna be getting it like tomorrow and stuff, I will probably stream on Tuesday and take Wednesday, Thursday off next week, most likely. I'm kind of planning to for now. So if someone already will manage to get to the co-op stuff, we could do some on Tuesday. True, true, huh? Game doesn't have the ability to kick a well game on in the lobby, I see. Hey, Gulshan. I see. Yeah, if like we're gonna be I'm gonna be around on like Tuesday. I'm gonna finish tomorrow. And Tuesday, yeah, I could be down to do some co-op. Just like, you know, no voice chat, just like no try-harding, a little bit of playing of the co-op missions just for like completion and stuff. So feel free, feel free. Yeah, we just read his review, Huxer. We just read his review there. Great potential, but it's not quite ready yet. The thing is, like, it's probably the problem with all the games with randoms like this. I see, Gush. I mean it. I'm casual myself, man. I mean, I do it on a hard difficulty now, but still, I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm just brute forcing through. You can do something about it, I guess, yeah. Wait, so it's like, is it the private lobby though? Are you creating the private lobby and people join in? Or is it just like kind of matchmaking? Because if it's matchmaking, then yeah, you won't be able to kick most likely because, you know, you're not the host. If you're hosting, then yeah, you should be able to at least. See window, I see. If you're a host, alright, I see. That's weird, huh? Not if you're a host. Yeah, then it's kind of pipiga then. Then it's pipiga. Then it is not good, Man, they still farming like haters here. Holy shit. Still mostly negative. A couple of weeks already. That's the Oxer, I see. That sounds like oof. Yeah, that stuff like this, you need your own regular raid team for sure. In general, in my opinion, whatever you play, you need to have a difference for that. It's the DLC. It's the DLC. DLC apparently was the latest one. At least was the full gearbox mode. Here's a load of bugs. Not worth $15. Items are mixed. Selling the game to developer responsible for Aliens, Colonial Marines, Battleborn, Duke Nukem Forever, and Disaster amidst Tiny Tina's Wonderland DLC. Well, Tiny Tina actually kind of like considered alright though. Out of everything. Quite lacking in content comparison to previous DLC. Too many bugs. Content itself is okay. Completely game-breaking update was simultaneously launched, but the new content was not okay. I see. The fucker, alright. Circumvented all working systems by writing his own update function, alright. Standalone game is pretty meh, I see. I thought that was kind of like alright received. Thought that one was received okay. Are we done with the IP? Wanted to move on. Yep, we're gonna get to that in the news. Gonna get to that in the news. That's the Castlevania collection. So before, overwhelmingly, these guys farming. Feels good, Can be so. I wish we wouldn't. In zone 2's go 70%. It's like borderline mixed. Boring. Keep playing first one, not much difference. Dude, you just like played for 6 minutes. Don't like atmosphere, gameplay. Okay, how did you figure it out in like the settlement builder in 6 minutes though? Perennial Order? Yeah, I remember I played the demo. 97% positive reviews, I see. The boss rush where you die really fast, I remember. Shultan Shru. This version's super boring. Buy first one, damn son. Like in Zone 1 more than Zone 2. I don't remember, wasn't Zone 1 also with all these like production chains and the adjacency stuff? Because this one kind of got a little bit of anno go into, because you also have like different losses with different demands. Then you need to build buildings that cover, you know, like the area with those people living there, I think. So yeah, that was play the demo on the next fist. Well, leaks into the main game apparently too. Insane. Even the main game. Yeah, I'll get into that part in the news too, with all that fiesta there. I will get to that. No, it doesn't show here. Let's see, actually, was trending free there. Forbidden Roots, could that be? Free 15-minute horror game. Man taking care of his plans throughout the seasons. There, son. 15 minutes. I've already played. Damn, son. Have the seal of approval then. The proper one. The Factorio Odyssey. Fast Penguin demo, dungeon, done demo. Survival horror co-op. Damn. It's another extraction thingy sorta. And recruiting treasure scavengers. Sweep up treasures left behind legendary heroes in the dungeons. Damn. Haven't seen that one before. I guess kinda does look a little different compared to all the dark and darker and everything. I guess without the PvP part, just collect and run. Not playable. A weak parody of Dark and Darker. Alright, so it kinda is a little there. Farmer against Potatoes Idol. Then Big Gaming, man. Big Gaming. Then that's 5,000 reviews on this one. Holy. Fight off the waves of potatoes by upgrading your stats. The Idle Gaming galore. And actually free. Gaben, why are you dying? Potatoes too strong. Yeah, the Satisfactory also then. We got like all of them. Factorio, Satisfactory is a little bit of everything. Okay, Gibbon just fucking died. Gibbon. One sec. Try to restart it, I guess. Weird one. Oh, was a weird one. Let's see. All the factory fiesta coming in. Skill Legends Royale, the free demo. The Spectre Divide, some news about that one there too. A Bixed, one case. Grand Fantasy Origin. Lore 9 Prologue. The demo, this one. You can see like the reviews though on demos, Aren't they supposed to leave the demo reviews up? Oh, it doesn't show, I guess, there, but you still can see it, alright. Bixed on this one. Maybe it shows in the main game though. See window SC, No pressure mechanic and infinite resources. Ah, I see. So it's kind of more like chill stuff there going. Alright. I'll see. Where's the banger that I'm gonna play soon? Yeah, there's the perennial order there. With good reviews, eh? The demo was alright. The same, like it was like super crazy into it, but it was nice. The mega boss rush when you basically die in one hit. That was quite something. But looks like actually good, eh? A 99% negative? No, it actually kind of mixed. I was surprised. Eh? That's a good one about it. That's how they actually got the banger out for a change. Eh? Yeah, it's mixed now instead of mostly negative. Surprisingly. Mixed for them is a banger, yeah. Where did it go? I could show the stuff that I have. Huh? Oh, I'm blind. There it is, yeah. I'm blind. The Shogun will also need to play. Yeah, so we're gonna play this deck this next Friday. Hey, Roman. Swedish champs not even cancelled there, yeah. Can you imagine? Oh yeah, this I gonna play. On Friday we go in. Dev's really nice. And basically do just for a few years in the free time. After the customer support work was just learning how to game dev. And made most of the shit here too, in terms of models and everything. And apparently everything through the Unity tools. As in, like, I think even modeling with something inside the Unity. Some sort of their own native thing there. It's unlocked in tutorial and you found you could kick anyone, I say. Rough, the full game is the same, I say. We'll see. I'm mostly positive with them. They attracted some PPGs with being in popular releases. Everything else past the first mission of the hotel is mediocre and boring. Admit to bad execution. Simplicity of 3D models and textures isn't at the bad to horrible side, eh? Well, yeah, dude made it himself though. A level design, some enemy type. Sound atmosphere mostly non-existent. No, probably didn't get any of that going though. Something way more developed with more than the same 3 animations on loop and 5 combos, and even sim stuff is pretty light. I didn't feel satisfied on that side either. Some bugs too, though. Dev's pretty active at squashing them. Don't recommend that, son. As long as the gameplay is there. 3 hours refund? Damn, son, what is this? Cheating. Not feel necessarily for a worth the price point. 5 to 10 bucks would make much more sense. Damn, son. Undercutting. Yeah, some PPGs get baited by good reviews and stuff. I see how it is. Like, holy shit. Went crazy there. See, Steve, I say, yep, the time, man. It's all about the time. You just got some free time. You want to play games. Shocked to be to see all the positive reviews. There is a Discord of loyal friends ready to heap praise. Damn, son. Dude went ham. They got the Dingabakabo on the Discord, I guess. From Arcane, who also decided to praise it. Damn, a Dingabakaba sold out. For the positive tweets, shaken by SMH. We'll see. Should be good stuff. Don't seem like it's something else super massive anyway, so... gotta be nice to check it out. Maybe even go through fully. Who knows, maybe. It's gonna be interesting to see how it all plays and works. But the dev story is quite interesting. Inspiring. So we'll see. That's gonna be on Friday then. Alright, let's get to the fiesta. Whoop. There it is. It's not some PvP bullshit, nope. It's the version simulator, the single player one. Alright, this one was interesting though. And you have the daily space. That's quite the case there, dude. Don't remember where I actually even like seen this one. Was on Twitter somewhere. Yeah, because this one is no user reviews. Like a zero. Nothing. A nada. Absolutely nothing. There are packages in space. Agility with navigating through different galaxies, carrying diverse packages, and upgrade your ship will become best career in the universe. And then there was nothing. It's what you get by default when you release, yeah. Happen more often. Yeah, I mean, I know, yeah. It's just kind of like this one I actually saw somewhere. Like it wasn't, you know. But I don't remember where actually. I don't remember where I seen that. No, you literally just nothing. Graphics, yes. 100 megabytes available space. Yeah, happens more often, but yeah, this kind of like I saw it somewhere and I was like, damn, that kind of looks alright. And then you opening and then like, ooh, nothing. That's a realistic inspiration, yeah. That this one is the reality check indeed, eh? A bit less inspiring, I guess. Seems like a little less. It could be someone retweeted it when I was like on another foray. The game dev tweets and everything. But yeah, that is indeed quite common. That is indeed quite common. But mostly it's kind of like, you know, for like some complete PPG stuff. And this one looks kind of alrighty. How does the Hadley's run doing actually? That one when I played was also not really popping off hard. No, at least they got through the 10 reviews, because when I played I think it was like at 9 or something. So that's good, eh? Oh, that is at least good, eh? getting some movement with that. I got some movement with that at least. 10 reviews on launch actually not guaranteed, yeah. So looking at the amount of like received for free reviews, at least they kind of did a little bit of outreach campaign to the content creators, so that's something, that's something. But that is something. Main page. Alright, continue with this stuff then. What do we have on the menu there? Yeah, we'll get to this maybe, we'll see. Check what is out. What is up, what's upcoming for us. Let's do it a bit later. Alright, let's go. Discovery and 2 creators still believe that Gearbox is heading in the right direction despite troubles with recent DLC. Damn son. We just need to wait a bit. They'll fix it. They'll fix it. 79% most negative rated. Yeah, that's exactly the DLC. Still believe that Gearbox is heading in the right direction and that they have every intention of fixing issues and listening to feedback. I love people on the Gearbox team and they care deeply about Risk of Rain. Definitely a hard situation for everyone involved. I think the team working on the DLC did the best they could with what time and resources they were given, which isn't a stretch to guess what wasn't enough. Remember the team at Gearbox we worked with on the Survivors of the Void DLC was doing really well, particularly on the new stages. Seeing some of the rush changes crippling that work is difficult. Oh, the Randy already chimed in. I reassure fans he'd been in the digital war room all day as we worked out some things with the Risk of Rain to correct, communicate and compensate. Damn son. We'll see how that one will go. We'll see how that one will go. There'll be some more also about devs. Oh yeah, there it is. Risk of Rain creators wind down to work on an announced project and take jobs at Valve. They out. Hopu Games studio made a rule like Risk of Rain that's a Boorish 3D sequel, Risk of Rain 2 shutting up shop and taking jobs at Valve, and no longer working on a previously unannounced game called Snail. Said the developers on the Zutter. Instead, studio co-founders Paul Morris and Duncan Drummond, plus many other talented members, are taking up game development roles with the Steam owners. Been an exciting and transformative 12 years. I feel lucky for the opportunities we had and deeply appreciate both our team and fans that have supported us in our games. Love making games, will continue to do so for years to come. I'm excited to be working side by side with talented people at Valve, but for now, sleep tight, Hopu Games. It's over. It's over. So now they're gonna be working on whatever Gibbon's cooking there. Gibbon is kinda like suddenly cooking though. No deadlock and all that. So that might actually be kind of not a bad time to hope, you know, because yeah, the deadlock so far at least farming pretty good though. Yeah, idea what Gibbon is doing. Yeah, Gibbon is farming money though. That's for sure. That's what they do. And then on the free time, you know, when they tired of swimming in the pool with gold, that's when they actually kind of develop something. You know, it looks like the deadlock is already kind of, you know, doing kind of fine though. Considering amount of hype around it, and it's not even like publicly available technically yet. And that could be something. The Half-Life 3. I think what they're gonna do is basically kind of like stuff, maybe like deadlock. Like maybe they're just gonna try to get like some sort of like niches that are underserved, or maybe try to get like some of the served niches and like on the overlap of those just to make some sort of like project with like those like somewhat more simplistic graphics, you know, running well, doing good, multiplayer focused. Can just make more stuff like Deadlock, but maybe just like in some different genres too. That's why they got also Risk of Rain guys, because maybe they want to make also some, well, I mean multiplayer obviously, right? But maybe like some co-op stuff. Maybe like in some sort of like style of the game they were working in. Because I think kind of all the Valve are more mostly doing that stuff nowadays. Like the single player experiences, they're not really pumping that hard out. Except for like Alex basically, in a long time. So I guess we'll see. They're not going for the super, you know, like massive high budget things. At least that's how it feels. At least that's how it feels. Which I mean, it's kind of not a bad thing nowadays, especially. Maybe they can actually, you know, roll out something that will be somewhat fresh and new and interesting, rather than another like some high budget slope stuff. Shadowrun and Battletech creators unveil a cyberpunk horror RPG set on the dying space station, where upgrades change your personality. You are at the ship of Theseus and Hairbrain's new game Graft. There it is. This might be interesting. Let's see. They get the Steam page already for that one? They do. Transform yourself through grafting as you escape a vast dying space station. Epic megagrams they got even, I see. Thrilling post-cyberpunk survival horror RPG from the makers of Battletech and the Shadowrun trilogy. Yeah, we'll see what they're gonna deliver on their own, because they're kind of like, you know, very good at making the franchise, you know, the third-party IP stuff. That they are kind of good with. That covers a bunch of stuff there. So their own stuff will be interesting to see. I mean, Shadowrun was good, yeah. I think it's like it's, well, I guess it's like the Shadowrun universe is also being like really cool that way. But, well, I mean, they can make this one also pretty good, huh? They can make this one pretty good, huh? We'll see, huh? This probably will take a while, though. This one will probably take a while. It's nice that they, you know, didn't, you know, sort of like fold or something, because they were pretty much like scamozzed by Paradox and ditched completely. So they went indie with nothing pretty much, with the last project being a flop. With pretty much all of their previous games being just like third-party IPs. The Battletech, you know, the Shadowrun and everything. It's just third-party things that they got handled to them. So now they will be actually making their own stuff. Do they have still the same page? Not really, they can redeem themselves. It was Hairbrain Schemes. The Lamplighters League didn't go well. Yeah, they had Necropolis. That one was, I think, yeah, pretty much the only one of their own original IP things. And I think also self-published, I guess. No, Paradox also, in Bandai even was participating. Got a lot of reviews on this one, actually, surprisingly, huh? But yeah, this one is still, even after all the years in the mix there with all those reviews. That one I did play. That what I did play. That game. Dude, you literally just like bought finished fucking product. Relax. Relax. Of course it's dead, man. It's a single player. I mean, it is co-op though, I guess, so... You can play it in co-op. Well, you could play it in co-op. Why does it not show? At least you could. It's literally the single player, you know, roguelike sorta. So how is it? How is it dead, man? How is it dead? Wait, that's like their own... Their only, you know, like... franchise of their own. Everything else is basically... Well, Lamplighters League, I guess, is a new IP, but it also probably, you know, belongs to Paradox, and I mean, that didn't go well anyway. The the Shadowrun, not theirs. Battletech, not theirs. So hopefully that one will go well, and then maybe they will manage to, you know, get back to making some, you know, third-party IPs, working on games in those. That would be nice. For a winter dev trailer? Nah, I haven't. What's with the dev trailer? I mean, we've seen the game. Didn't we? Last time, I think. Luke did survive under the shadow, terrifying and Gargan 2 on the war machines and knocked the never-ending conflict. Yeah, we saw oh yeah, we saw the one with the commentary, the dev diary and stuff. Yeah, we saw that one last week, I think. We watched that last week. At least a little bit. At least a little bit. And that's the one. They made it even as a main, the main trailer, sorta. At the VOD Dog Studios. I mean, we'll see, I guess, what this is gonna be about. Yeah, they got the huge giant mega mummies. That was, I think, basically the article. And rock, paper, shotgun about the mummies. Hero Shooter Concord taken offline as Sony says its initial launch didn't land the way we would intended. There it is. There it goes. Many qualities of the experience resonated with players. We also recognize other aspects of the game, and our initial launch didn't land the way we intended. Therefore, at this time, we have decided to take the game offline beginning September 6, 2024. To explore options, including those that will better reach our players. They don't completely kill it. They still want to do something about it. Looks like. Hey, Gustamonia. The fuck live service. I mean, not false. Not false. I would say not false. New rock paper shotgun. Immediately deemed it yet another bland hero shooter, and honestly it's hard to disagree. Yep. Absolutely. And it could be just PR speak. I mean, that would be kind of dumb to just completely, you know, just like bury all the work and stuff they did for the game. That would be just dumb. After all those years and everything. Studio themselves did that. I mean, could be. That could be, because first of all, it was really fast. Like usually when like the live service, you know, kind of just when they let the live service, you know, like kind of sunset, they usually give like months most of the time. Not instantly refund, not, you know, like they just like they never refund. Let's start with that, right? Most of the time they just like, oh yeah, we're kind of like just not gonna do any new content for it, and the servers will be closed, you know, next year, like somewhere like in the middle or something. That's the first option. Another option which I thought will happen is that they most likely, I mean, like first of all, like Sony basically like thought it from the beginning before it even released that it's gonna be successful. So they had themed controller they had already, right? The themed control Concord themed controller they got already on sale and stuff, right? They got that movie, the show episode, they got that stuff. So I'm pretty damn sure that they had like, you know, already a whole bunch of content also planned ahead. They had some sort of like, they wanted to do like some of those like character-centered things, right? With some sort of like movies, whatever. Like they probably dumped a lot of money in, and they probably had like a contract for the service for like at least like a year or something. I would assume for a few seasons, most likely. Even Skull and Bones like had like on release, and still kind of does, right? They had like a year of content planned, like 4 seasons was planned with new shit. That's just kind of how it goes. I think it's also partially just so they don't need to refund. They're gonna sell whatever, you know, they can, and keep it running for a year, and then in a year it'll be just like, oh yeah, you know, we just stop making content, so game will be up still for like some more time, and then it's just gonna shut down and no one gonna refund the shit. Didn't they learn from Overwatch? I mean, they tried to copy Overwatch, that's the thing. I don't know what would they learn from Overwatch, because Overwatch is doing fine. That's the fun part. That's the fun part. Like people love shitting on Overwatch, man. People love shitting on that, but that stuff still has like a 40-50k people playing. Well, actually, yeah, 56 24 hours. And that's only on Steam. A whole bunch of people still like probably didn't get it on Steam. Like, why would you if you have it on Battle.net, right? And there is all the consoles that are still playing that shit. Like, I'm pretty sure that you need to learn from Overwatch, man. Yeah, sure, it has like 20% positive reviews, but like they just like wiping, you know, their tears with like the dollar bills. You know, they don't give a shit about those reviews, man. They don't give a shit about those, huh? Hey, Zodiac, hello. Hey, Raises, how are you guys doing? Two years of VOD watch, the super close beta, and character trailers, How much time they will need to recoup all the costs in Overwatch 2? I don't think they lost that much in Overwatch 2. Like what did they do with Overwatch 2? Like nothing. They didn't update, you know, graphics that crazy. Like basically what Overwatch 2 was and is just like what a regular game just naturally has happened, but no one just makes a fuss about it. It's like the same ongoing live service, you know, improvement. Adding content, adding characters, you know, tuning graphics here and there a little bit, and that's it. Scrap single player stuff. That's the thing. Like single player stuff, like it wasn't anything huge though. Like it wasn't like new models. Well, maybe like a little bit of like some PvE enemies or something, right? And so, like new mobs maybe that they most likely reused for the PvP stuff anyway. Like it's not like, you know, like making completely new game and then like scrapping it. Like no, I don't think so. I think it's actually it wasn't actually anything super crazy for them in terms of losses. Like I really doubt it. I really doubt it. It was built from Project Titan scraps. Yeah, like I don't think they lost something on that. Like everything was repurposed, and nothing was really like some sort of specific out of their way investment. Yeah, sure, they put like some people, like some of the team in Overwatch is already small. They just like got some people there that are not doing like the balance and other stuff. Like, yo guys, like try to experiment with some PvE stuff. They tried, didn't work. Alright, fine, take this map, make it, you know, a PvP in the next update. Take this character, make him a new character in that other update, you know. Keep this stuff for like later, some new event that we're gonna do on the holidays where you do a little bit of PvE or something, you know. Like, done. Like, I'm pretty sure they kind of didn't really lose anything. My opinion. I mean, obviously they did, but like I don't think it was like something to write home about. Like I think they're still doing completely fine. I think so, huh? Well, maybe not as good as it used to be, right? But like they still all right. They still have a lot of people playing that shit. And even if not a lot are buying the cosmetics and stuff, I don't think they're really sad about it though. Yeah, single player just gets recycled anyway. Like the game is alive, the game is kind of whatever. Two years of growth with no updates because they waited for Overwatch 2, and I mean they're still doing fine though. Like that's what I think kinda is sort of dead for Overwatch, I guess, is that like everyone who won it, everyone who was interested already like got it, basically. They like everyone already like probably knows about it. Everyone kind of checked it in one way or another. Like they couldn't really do much. Like the PvE was the attempt to actually like get that growth. Without PvE, they wouldn't get it anymore because everyone who is into PvP team-based stuff, they know about it. Like it's really hard to increase, you know, the player base. They can return the player base, right, by introducing some new updates and people return to play it again. Sure. Doing fine is not the same as doing great at point of live service in the billion-dollar company like Blizzard. No, not really. I don't think so. I don't think so. Like it's basically, it's kind of like Fallout 76. Like, look at that shit. Like, that stuff is already around for years. Does it, like, do great? Well, when the show dropped, yeah, it did really good. Absolutely good. And that's the thing. Like, it was all, like, lukewarm. It was completely, you know, like, meh. But then, like, one moment something happens, some, like, blast in popularity, boom, and they have, you know, like, the gold already falling. That's why they have live service games. Like, they don't need live services to be, like, you know... Well, I mean, they obviously all want to have live services to make billions, but I think everyone understands that you can't make them that way. Like, the whole point of live service, in my opinion, is to have some sort of this, like, safe flow. You have the safe flow of, like, sort of, like, money. It's not a lot of money, but it basically fits the bill of your studio. You pay salaries from that, you pay, you know, like, all the expenses for that. It's kind of like, it's your foundation. On that foundation, you already try to build, you know, some other projects, branch out in something else, like experiment with that live service. Like, it's stable stuff, basically. Like, they just get the cash flow from that. They invest into that a little bit, probably on like the burner budget there, most likely, and it's probably like not a lot of like people there even go in. They just kind of like sit there making little changes, and the money's still kind of flowing, you know. That's pretty much it. They pump all those insane skins that people constantly complain, but I'm pretty sure just like with Diablo, everyone's buying those skins again. So they still probably making decent amount anyway. Yeah, I mean, they already went free to play and stuff. Like, it's already, in my opinion, it was kind of this just kind of, you know, like pulling the cord. They're like letting it go, sort of. Like, if it sinks, whatever. Don't care already. 76 is safe as long as it's a training ground for creation engine. I mean, kinda, but I don't really think so. I don't really think so. Like, 76 was not safe. It was almost dead. They wanted to shut it down. But it actually like was released on PlayStation, which again, probably part of the reason why they are now going PlayStation hard, because like that release on PlayStation Plus or whatever for free is basically what brought the game back, you know, alive. And then, yeah, then boom, show succeeded. Show went ham. 76 fucking exploded like crazy. And all of a sudden, right for the show season, right before the show season, they got like monetization expert from fucking EA out of everything that made like completely dog shit fucking season system. And yeah, they just like started, you know, like pumping. Like they saw that coming. They saw that coming. They didn't do it right though. Still, they really, in my opinion, like not using the show to the full, not using the game, well, and the show, I guess, to full capacity. I think they kind of suck with that still at Bethesda. I do think so. And yeah, I'm not sure about the training ground for the creation engine, because they don't really have anyone from like the main studios working on 76 anymore. Like 76 basically right now literally being worked by outsourced studio. Like no one from Bethesda pretty much is doing shit for 76. All the new seasonal content and everything is outsourced. So it's not even like the training ground or anything. It's literally some random different studio just making it, you know, on the side for some cheap amount of money, for some small amount of money. So yeah, basically, like, yeah, it just still not at a loss. As long as live service is not, you know, taking Elisa, they leave it be. Because at least worst case, it kind of, you know, like it has, you know, some fallback. It has some sort of it gives you some sort of foundation. It pays the salaries, it covers some expenses of people doing it, and you can kind of do some rotation, for example, you know, like you have a live service, you have like other people working on the new game, like some writers and stuff, right? You just get the writer to prepare stuff for the new game, and then what you gonna do with them? You have nothing else going, you just fire them, you know, you're gonna get eaten alive on Twitter and stuff. They can just put them on the live service when they're on the back burner, just gonna sit down there and like write some, like, you know, like some quests for the live service and stuff like that. Then they can rotate like other people. Just basically what they did with 76, I think, when they just left only the outsource because of that. Because everyone who was working on 76, I think, in my opinion, was working on Starfield, because they like really sucked with pumping new content for 76. See, so I say, I mean, could. Not like you need some sort of crazy writing for that. And not like you need, even though like whatever they added in terms of expansions, they were kind of nice. The Brotherhood of Steel is kind of alright. The last one with the electric ghouls was kind of alrighty too. But yeah, I do think that all these actually kind of like signs that they probably maybe want to do something about it. I don't know. I kind of do think so. Because I think otherwise they would do differently with Concord. Like they probably want to kind of like try to get some comeback going. Because first of all, they still have the show coming, right? Like even if the game is complete like dog water and stuff, like when the show drops, if the show is good, it will still kind of like make some waves anyway. So I do think it could be something like Wayfinder situation maybe, when it was supposed to be out and, you know, like that's another live service, and then they kind of right before that realized that it's just not gonna fly, so they decided to like rework it in the full standalone single player premium experience, and that kind of, I guess, somewhat worked at least. Maybe they want to do that. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I kind of have a feeling that like they might try to do something with it. The franchise, the IP is already kind of like with some toxic, you know, like fame added to that, though, that's for sure. So I'm not sure how they will be dealing with that. We'll see. Yes, Davey, yeah, that too. That too. So yeah, maybe they just kind of like gonna reuse all the cinematics and other stuff that they already have for all the characters, and just actually make it into some sort of like PvE game or whatever. Or maybe like PvE co-op game or single player PvE game, I don't know. I wouldn't be really surprised. I wouldn't really be surprised if they will try. But yeah, the main issue is a little bit of the toxic stuff. A little bit of the toxic stuff attached to the game, really. That could be the case. We'll see, though. We'll see. They can work with those characters. I mean, we'll see. They don't need all of them anyway. They don't need all of them. They just need to get some of them. Like when they showed the trailer, people enjoyed the trailer. Everyone was just kind of like completely fine with what they were seeing up to the moment when they were like, well, yeah, team-based PvP shooter, and then it was like everyone was kind of like, the fuck? And then it was also like $40, and everyone was like, what? What you smoking there, bro? Who needs that, especially for $40? So we'll see. We'll see what they're gonna try to pull with that. Like, I do think like all this like character stuff, all the DEI stuff and everything is just kind of like another like just a bunch of like the culture war Twitter fiesta and grifters just trying to attach that on piggyback on the actual real issues with the game. The real issue of the game is like it's another fucking team-based PvP shooter. Like no one needs that shit already at this point, unless you go something innovative and everything. And then also if you charge it for $40, and if on top of that you also like exclude like, you know, 150 like countries out of the list of players, then you get what you get. Yes, Dave, sorta. seed remote, I see. But yeah, like kind of trying to like recover from that stuff will be tricky. That will be tricky. But that will be tricky. Characters are good looking, game would live at least a bit more longer. With 40 bucks, not really, I don't think so. Like you're not paying 40 bucks to play something you can already play like in many different, you know, places, and you're probably playing already in many different places, right? Just because the characters look good. Like, you don't do that. If it'll be good game and stuff, right? Something new and cool and with the cool characters and stuff, yeah, then maybe 40 bucks would be justified. That would be justified, eh? Wrong with Dustborn, then it's a perfect game. I mean, we talked about it last time. Dustborn just kind of like did not like create anything relatable. It's just kind of like it's not hitting the same stuff as like the Life is Strange or something. Like it doesn't hit the same vibe. It doesn't hit the same vibe. But it tries to go for the same, you know, type of game, but it doesn't create the same relatability and everything with like with some teenager drama stories. It just didn't click whatsoever. Nothing is new nowadays. True. But this is kind of even worse. It's like the same as like, you know, people like doing another World of, like, well, let's imagine, you know, like let's return like, you know, a decade or two back, and like everyone's trying to do World of Warcraft clones and none of them fucking works, and everyone is doing surprise Pikachu face. That's exactly the same case. But it's even worse because, you know, like it's the same as like trying to make your World of Warcraft clone, but your World of Warcraft costs money and their World of Warcraft doesn't cost money. And then there is already also Guild Wars and like, you know, Final Fantasy and other games around that also don't cost any money. And you still try in the same year to pump like pay-to-play, you know, product, for example. I mean, obviously World of Warcraft still costs money and Final Fantasy just kind of, you know, theoretical scenario, let's put it that way. So that's not gonna fly, man. That's not gonna fly. It might fly if you kind of like trying to make some sort of like niche indie MMO, for example, right? Like there are some like that, and they do kind of exist at least, right? Somewhat, even with subscription pay, for example, or buy to play and stuff, they still kind of do exist. But this like minuscule, you know, player base that barely kind of covers the bills. And if your budget is 200 mil and you want to get it back, you're probably not gonna be happy with those results. You're probably not gonna be. You're probably not gonna be. So yeah, I think it was kind of late. We'll see how the Marvel Rivals will do though, because if Marvel Rivals actually will kind of like succeed, that will be interesting. Because I don't know if they do anything new, but at least they don't charge anything for that. At least they don't charge anything for that, and yeah, they have the characters that people recognize and stuff. So that one has a chance. That one has a chance. Even though, like, I still wouldn't really see anything there. I wouldn't see anything there. Those kicks and Storm. I mean, like, like there is a plenty of stuff where, like, you know, there is like some mega characters and stuff, like some mega fun service and shit. That doesn't make it automatically successful, though. That's the thing. That's the thing, eh? Like, if it's gonna be like the dog water game, then like you can make it like super mega booba there, and people just gonna rip the models and you know, make the art with that, and that's it. Rebels will only live because of fanboys and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if something new there actually. Like I really don't know. I really don't know. Rebels win for good-looking character designs. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that, like, you know, good-looking designs and stuff, they are bad, or they're not like helping. They do, but as I said, like it's just kind of like it's the cherry on top. Like, if the game is good, if the game is free, just like the other ones, right, and the designs are good, then let's go. Like, there was Lawbreakers, right, back in the day. There was, like, Gigantic and all those things back in the day, right, that were trying to go the same way as Overwatch back then. And, like, a lot of them were looking good. None of them fucking stood, you know. All of them died. And none of the character designs saved them. Yeah, Raiders could be. Could be that. Well, I mean, it could also kind of play in on the fact that, you know, like, yeah, Overwatch, a lot of people think Overwatch is dead and everything, and a lot of people, like, probably why it's not dead exactly is that a lot of people just don't have anything else to play, really, that they would love playing. Because, like, there's plenty of, like, team-based PvP shooters and stuff, right? There's, like, plenty of that stuff. But, like, exactly like Overwatch, there's not much. There's, like, Team Fortress, Overwatch, what else is there? Paladins, I guess, is still around, probably, right? Valorant doesn't exactly hit the same thing. So like technically there is, if you make something also for free, right? Because like there's also like the sunken cost fallacy and everything, like with many of those games, right? Like people already like farming and grinding that Overwatch for like what? Not a decade yet, but kind of getting there, 8 years or something, right? And then something new comes out. When it's like $40 especially entry fee, people not gonna do that. When it's also free, they will kind of look at it, see how it performs. You know, is my like favorite streamer playing that stuff? Will it be alive? Is it gonna be dead game? When they see that it's alive, not dead, people playing, people will just go, alright, sure, let's go. Marvel Rivals, that's exactly what we're talking about right now, about the Marvel Rivals basically. That was good in Salpo. Eotar. 2016 release, yeah, 8 years basically, 8 years already. Siege is a hero shooter, yeah, I guess you could say so. A little maybe different stuff, but yeah, like it's kind of like those people, they do be, in my opinion, waiting for something new that they can jump in, and maybe Marvel Rivals will actually get that because they're also free, and yeah, for many people it's gonna be recognizable characters that they might actually kind of go for. It's a round-based and tactical shooter, alright. So we'll see, yeah. This just kind of missed the target completely. Kind of you with Helldivers, how so? Got tired with Helldivers but nothing else to play? Nihil Murthy's Civilization is a ferociously in-depth, empathic reworking of Civilization and other 4X games. Oh, that sounds like something for Sacred to play, looks like. God, that's ugly looking, yep. Civilization. Kind of not sure about like how good the name is, man. Like, you know, with like syphilis and everything going, but you know, I guess. I guess. But there it is. I'm not sure about the naming conventions there. Post-colonial 4X game. Contradiction in terms. A full playthrough, damn son. Are you like the quick ones or something? Turn 1 to 25, a full game. Is it like a small one? A reworking of the genre. Dismantles and reconstructs concepts such as diplomacy, research and production, also just left early access. There it is. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Yeah, the sunken cost fallacy in many of the... It's kind of the same as with MMOs. It's not exactly the same, of course, but like it's still close to it. I want to lose what you work so hard for. Yeah, you just wait and look for everything. It's kind of the same with MMOs. Everyone just like sits there and looking, you know, how it will do. Will it be good? Will it perform well? If it doesn't, everyone's like, ah, I told you, like my MMO is still bog. If it does good, then they already kind of like start, you know, like bargaining. They go like, oh man, should I join that or should I just shit on it all over the Twitter on it so it kind of dies and I justify staying in my current game, you know, this kind of stuff. Understand how people enjoy Valorant. Valorant kind of like, they managed to push that through, I think Valorant has kind of like managed to get pushed into the mainstream through Riot just going ham with like the content creators and stuff. And they got a lot of big content creators on board just to basically like stream their championships and everything, and they got like a shitload of viewer base through like Shroud, a bunch of other people, like I think Pokimane, everyone was also like watching and playing Valorant too at the same time. And they just kind of like, yeah, kind of got into the mainstream that way, sorta. I got me some food gear real quick. I mean, it's not a bad game, right? It's a decent game. It's a decent game, and it's not exactly, you know, like CS. It's not exactly Overwatch. It's still something kind of third. So it hits like its own niches there, sorta. CSGO was completely dead. Well, to be honest, that's the permanent state of CSGO. You know, it doesn't really get that much updated anyway. He's kind of like leaned into all this like competitive esports stuff. And it's a riot. They pumped a lot of money into that. And it still was the time, you know, when the budgets were bloated, you know. Not the current years of video game industry, basically, right? So they were probably pumping a lot of money into esports. A lot of, like, I remember, like, I think it was Slasher or someone posting that, you know, Valorant became just kind of this, like, the refuge for all the, like, washed up CS pros and Overwatch pros, basically, to just, like, you know, try to stay in some sort of pro game and make some money off it, you know. So like a lot of people kind of still got on that scene. And then they managed to make it to kind of like look relevant because a lot of streamers were like co-streaming those championships. And the Valorant was actually first one, I think, one of the first, I guess, who started doing that because CS, I think, wasn't allowing co-streaming their championships back then. Only official streams were allowed them. And Valorant was just like, yeah, guys, you can watch. And obviously, you know, like for all the huge streamers, that was like easy content, you know, you just like sit and watch. That's it. There was thousands of people just like watching through like Shroud and others, no problems. Don't see their new game living that long. Oh, the fighting one. The fighting one, I don't know. Like fighting genre is like so mysterious for me. I don't really like, since I don't really play, I don't really understand even, like, you know, because there are so many like fighting games and a lot of them kind of like still around and alive. Oh, you mean the Valve's new game, Deadlock? I think Deadlock kinda might. I think Deadlock kinda might make it. X4 might be a bit too dank for you right now. As you still say. Too much. Why do you think Deadlock not gonna win? Not gonna live long enough? Valve players are just boomers for like things they played 20 years ago. I mean, I do think they kind of got like a lot of new people on board though. They just kind of like got actually like a low-key, really good marketing with all this invite stuff and everything. There's like kind of mild, you know, elitism going, even though it's like super easy to get that shit. Yeah, I guess the money true. Like Smite existed long enough and was successful enough for them to make a second one, which is also like not really that much different from the first one. But yeah, they might get their niche kinda. Like the good part about Deadlock is basically it can like experiments, you know, a little with the genres and everything. And kind of takes like multiple things from like different genres, sorta. Merges them together. A very carefully crafted esports style too, alright. Allows you to aim and move in proper 3D. Hey Focus, hello. Can actually do it in proper 3D then. See, they kind of like got sort of smite, but like with more degrees of freedom, I guess, there. The problem is like focusing specifically on esports is kind of tricky though. Because like esports is a very, you know, like a fickle mistress. You never know how that will go. Like if the regular, you know, average pleb not gonna enjoy, and then the esports is just gonna die eventually anyway. I think about like esports, like a lot of esports basically kind of like either it's a lot of like, you know, money injection, throwing money at it like crazy, and Valve I think is not really that good with that. Like they mostly just like, what are they even like investing into esports really that is big is basically TI, I guess. That's it. I think CS, all the CS championships are kind of like being run by like different, you know, organizations, right? Not Valve directly. So they pretty much only provide the TI, you know, prize fund, and only that, even that only partially, because they also sell the compendiums and stuff, right? Where so people basically fund all that stuff themselves too. So like if you don't inject all this like endless money, then esports succeeds only when there's a lot of people playing. Like if a lot of people enjoy that kind of games and stuff, and they're gonna be watching it, they're gonna be attending the events, right? Then esports gonna be alive. Esport balancing not fun for normal players. I mean, to some extent, yeah. To some extent, I agree. Yeah, you make a good game and then esports happen. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Or you push it with money, but that's the problem. You might, you know, like need to keep pushing it with money all the time. There was like the World of Tanks esports back in the day, I remember. They were literally just like pumping a shitload of money into it. And yeah, people were participating in that stuff just because, you know, there's a lot of money on the table, so it would be dumb not to, you know. So they like kept pumping that, and I think even still kind of do to some extent. But like viewers and everything, like I remember like being at the convention with World of Tanks, there was supposed to be like some sort of championship match and you just passing, and there was like no one. The only time where there were people is when they were giving away like the scarves with like the team logos and everything, so you kind of, you know, go cheer for them. Everyone just like got the scarves and pieced the fuck out basically. All the things is unbalanced piece of shit. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. And the esports was like, at least back when that was a thing, when I was playing and stuff, it was like not even fun to watch. It was like literally just like all the autoloader things with no armor, like butt shots I think most of the time, with full gold ammunition loaded in, right? So you 100% penetrate anything. No one was running like some heavy tanks, no one was doing anything crazy. It's like literally just like trading. Who's more effective at trading? Who spotted someone first? Who managed to land the shot? And it's like basically like every team has like, you know, like this like a big HP bar. There's a sum of all their bars, and pretty much whoever like trades those bars more effectively than another team wins basically. Like obviously simplification is not like that simple obviously, but like yeah, it wasn't really fun watch. It wasn't really fun watch there. But yeah, we'll see him. We'll see him. As long as Gibbon not blundering like with the artifact, they should be fine. They should be fine. And the artifact, like the main thing where they actually like blundered was pretty much monetization. Which I think nowadays Gibbon probably not gonna be going ham because they're already like, you know, farming decent amounts. So as long as they keep monetization on the kind of like low level, sorta, you know, acceptable level, I think everyone will be fine. As long as the game is decent enough, of course, right? Because like artifact They just blunder really hard. When you just kind of like buy the game and then you still kind of buy the packs, then you also kind of like have you want to go to like some sort of like arenas, tournaments, whatever, you also need to get like passes to those, which you get by winning, I think, those. But to, you know, start winning, well, you have like free a few, right? But if you fail those, then you kind of run out of them. You need to buy them, and well, I think you were buying them like literally with like actual money or something. So there was like a lot of like weird ways that would be kind of, I guess, familiar to players playing like actual, you know, IRL TCGs and stuff, but like that's digital. Like people playing Hearthstone and stuff, they don't care how IRL stuff plays, they just want Hearthstone. Hearthstone also is a good example for that, actually, because like all those like pro card players, like digitally, they like mostly just like sit and stream Hearthstone all day every day. Like some other card game appears, they go in, farm the hype when it just starts, right? And then they basically go back to Hearthstone. If that game decides to kind of pump some money into esports, they all go in for the championship, right? Play the championship, get the prize money, and they back to Hearthstone again, because that's where, you know, the viewers are. That's where everyone is sitting and chilling pretty much. And no one almost stays in those. Like Runeterra, for example, like at the start that was kind of like decent, I guess, viewer base and streamer base, and then after some time it was just dead. You know, championships happening, boom, got like 10k viewers or something, some people returning, playing it, you see the names that are familiar from the Hearthstone era, and then they all kind of like poof, gone. Gear Roman is nice, Sajika is really good here. It is actually spicy, yeah. Not like super crazy spicy, but good for me. For me, it's not that spicy. My friend is really spicy. Dust Annihilation, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one. See, that was the civilization. There you go. If you're really into that kind of style, you can play some Amiga Cive. No Man's Sky Aquarius update lets you go fishing across the galaxy. So they added the fishing now too. There it is, man. You get fishing and a bunch of other stuff too. The Eggs Skiff. Hovering customizable fishing platform. Fishland MMO at this point, yeah, I guess. And again, free to everyone. Still a boring game? I mean, I wouldn't say boring. It's just like you need to really be like in the specific like mood and mindset for this one. It's like it's basically one of the survival games. Like if you can play some like Ark or some other shit like for hundreds of hours, then this one is gonna be fine for you too. And this one is gonna be fine for you too. I kind of had like okay time with that one. I mean, I didn't play that much, like 40 hours, 50 hours or something, but like I enjoyed it. Just kind of like probably like not something to like grind on stream all the time, you know. Is there even survival there? Yeah, well, to some extent at least, you know. There's like the aggressive environments and everything, the enemies and stuff. Some overarching progression, long-term goals, and something to play for. I thought they kind of added some of that stuff there, though, no? Like some like bigger ships you could build and everything that I assume is like not that super crazy simple to achieve or something. But yeah, I could see that. Oh, you may get Mega Ships Giga early, actually? The Mega Giga. I see. Yeah, I haven't played in a while, so... Like, back then I kind of also just, like, tried different activities, different things, and it was just kind of like, well, alright, I'm done. Terraria-like progression, get gear beat bosses, alright. You wouldn't categorize it as a survival game, I see. Well, yeah, it's not like the challenging survival for sure, though, yeah. Like, it doesn't really torture you with that stuff. Unless you kind of spawn on some, like, I think I spawned on some, like, planet with, like, some toxic stuff or whatever, and I couldn't even do something there whatsoever. Europa Universalis 4 is folding 4 of its thousands of DLCs into the base game. So yeah, I assume it's probably like some of those that are already like on the mega discounts and all in all those bundles that you get like super cheap. So the very first ones again, I guess. Rights of Man, Art of War, Digital Extreme Upgrade, and Common Sense. All current and future Europa Universalis 4 players will receive these 4 DLCs absolutely free of charge. Yeah? Being a generous god, yeah. I think like actually I don't know, that may be not like, well, it depends on the price. Like I think like the better way for these games to kind of operate, in my opinion, would be sort of like going for like a little bit of the World of Warcraft sort of model, you know? Or like ESO kind of model in a way too, I guess. So you could just like, you know, if I would, for example, want to start the game, try the game, right? I just go on Steam, I buy like, you know, like kind of like the bundle with the original game plus the latest DLC, and then I can play everything. And then like new DLC, you buy new DLC, it adds to your collection and you play. But if someone new wants to join, they also just buy the latest DLC and the original game and they have access to everything. So it's kind of like for those who will be, you know, playing constantly, that will be still the same way. They're still going to be buying all the new DLCs, right? But for someone who just wants to join from the street, from the outside, they just need to buy one DLC and main game, and then there you go, you have it. So it'll be like easier to kind of get into it, because like you want to get into it, you just like go into like this Steam page and you just kind of get discouraged, man. They do have the sub? Yeah, they do have the sub, but like, I don't know, like for me, like the sub is a little more like of a kind of like weird concept. Yeah, you just kind of go there and like, oh yeah, well there's an option to get the sub, or you have like the bundles, which one is like good one, which is not, and then like, oh there's DLCs too, oh yeah, which ones I need, which I don't. Just make it like one bundle, main game, last DLC, and one DLC separate on sale. That's it. Simple. Sub is kind of like a little more, like I feel, for someone who like, for like I want to play, like just go in from the side. I don't want to buy subscriptions, man. Like I buy subscriptions for some games when I kind of like them, you know, when I'm interested in them. If it would be some like bundle for cheap, for example, when you can just like join in and play the game, why not? And if you buy just the game without the last DLC, you get like, you know, everything but the last DLC, for example. Even though I guess maybe that will be then not motivating enough to get that last DLC for people. So maybe that's the case. Because yeah, subscription, in my opinion, is like if you already know what you're into and stuff and what you want, you can just, you know, oh, there's like some new DLCs since last time I played. All right, I'm just gonna get like, you know, I just feel like playing a couple of games, so I'm gonna just subscribe, you know, play it for that month, you know, do a few runs, try new stuff, and then unsub. That's fine. Subbing for the single player game is quite something. Yeah, I think like for a lot of people who come like from like, you know, not knowing what they are getting into, they probably like would be like, the fuck, why would you do that? Yeah, Raiders, yeah. They do need to integrate themselves into some other subscriptions. That would at least kind of make more sense. A Black Myth Wukong's first DLC is aiming for a Shadow of the Earth 3 style second wave of popularity. A game science to work on expansions before any sequels. A game with a lot of DLCs can scare people off, absolutely. Like even the game with a lot of free content can like scare people. Like for example, like when if I see like Baldur's Gate 3, for example. Like I would love to play it eventually, right? When I'm like in the mood and stuff, but like I just like realize how like fucking massive it is. I know that how much time I need to put into it, right? For my playthrough, and it just kind of like, well, yeah, I can't really commit to that now. Or is the same like, yeah, with the like Warframe, like live services MMOs, like I know that feel all too well, right? Like it's some MMO and you just don't want really to join because you already kind of like feel that you're behind on so much like content, knowledge, and like things that people farmed over the years that you just kind of like, yeah, I'll wait for something new, or like play the MMO that I already, you know, into. That's pretty normal, I think, on the market in general. That's why like all those live services and other stuff, they're kind of tricky there. Like Fallout 76 actually is kind of good in that sense. Like it's really it's not demanding for that. Like I don't know, like somehow, and I guess it works for others too because it really got a huge boost of new players with the show. It's just kind of like it's not like intimidating, I guess, with all this like, you know, years of content and everything. It just like doesn't feel like scary or something, and it's not really that hard to catch up, even though when you kind of start looking into it, right, amount of things that you kind of missed and, you know, it was added. Even I, who played a shitload of it, right, like you still kind of be like, oh shit, yeah, there's a lot of things I'm missing. Yeah, see, Steve, I say, huh? Do it. Putting your upgrades on 72 hours timer, damn son. Yeah, 3 season passes and everything, like with DLCs it's really bad, yeah. There's like a lot of games like that I maybe wouldn't mind, but like, yeah, I just kind of like, no. Too far behind, so might as well not start mindset. This is just kind of like for me it's like a leftover of kind of like competitive MMOing back in the day when we were like in the PvP guild, when I was a guild master, when we were like tryharding, you know, to go to the guild wars and everything. And then like just the fact that you kind of like have people who are already playing like kind of like longer than you, know more than you, farmed more than you. That's kind of a factor that just kind of like, you know, like, nah. Saying this is the same as like with World of Warcraft, right? Like the early release, like a lot of people molded about, and like I in general don't like the practice, right? But like in game, like there's something like World of Warcraft, if I would be playing, I would be like super mad because it's just like I mean, I'm not even like, you know, that much of an MMO player, and especially not competitive whatsoever. But it's still kind of like the leftover, you know. It's just like the people getting that stuff early to do is just kind of like, nah. So interested in something, they'll try it for myself. That's the thing. It modifies your interest. It's kind of like it's not something that is like another layer. Oh, I'm interested in this, but it's kind of more like I'm not interested in this, and like I'm not interested in this. You know, it just prevents you to get interested, I guess. Let's put it that way. Makes sense. Like it's not some sort of a conscious decision that you kind of apply on your, you know, interest. It is just it's already part of it. It's just part of decision making. Like if I really want to play something, right? Like I want to play like World of Warcraft, for example, at some point would be cool. And then it kind of like I don't really care if I need to catch up and everything. I will. If it's a game that I kind of like don't even want to, I guess, then yeah, well, like want, but like it stops me from wanting it, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. It's the same as like, for example, with Path of Exile, right? Like Path of Exile 1 for me, like full stop. Path of Exile 2, which is basically the same shit, that's okay, that's acceptable, even though it's gonna be the same stuff, the same game. Nah, it's different. At least in my mindset, it's different because it's kind of more of a like this competitive kind of thing, yeah. Like you not compete with the shows, right? Like with the shows, with whatever, like no one cares, you know. Like I watched Arcane, like for example, like way later, just because like I had time and I wanted to watch. Whatever, let's watch it. And Fallout shows I watched later than I was out. But like with games, it mostly goes for me with multiplayer games, live services, like mostly those that are kind of somewhat, you know, PvP involved, I guess, and stuff like that. We'll never revisit New World ever again. I mean, I kind of don't really feel like it, yeah. Kind of don't. At some point, maybe I will want to. New World go offline? No. New World are getting the new, like, the whatever thing. They're getting to consoles now. They're getting the new update with the console versions and everything. They far from that. I don't think you need to buy it again, but the problem is I don't have the DLC. And I don't want to buy the DLC because like it adds like nothing almost, and without DLC you pretty much kind of like handicapped. Like you don't have mount, you have like lower like gear score and everything without the DLC. And what DLC does basically increases your gear score and not the mount, not and one weapon. I think that's pretty much it, unless it's like on the Giga sale or something. Revisiting MMOs is kind of like a different story though. Somehow like revisiting MMOs kind of works better that way though, because like Ragnarok Online, for example, also has like a lot of content that was added that I haven't like played even, right? But it's still kind of like subconsciously it's something I played long ago, so it's for me it's kind of like, you know, something I kind of know. Even though when we're going to be playing on renewal, like on the current IRO server, like everything's different there. Like the mob spawns, formulas that I still remember, like some by heart, right? Like they all changed already since then. So it's all different, but it's still kind of, you know, the same Ragnarok that I played back then. So it's kind of more acceptable for me to just like jump into that, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Like it's not like categorical. It's not exactly like, you know, oh, it's like I'm late for the party, so it's no. Kind of really it's part of the interest evaluation, you know, like if it's kind of like maybe you're at a scale or something. It's like, you know, if one side of the scale kind of goes, you know, heavier, then you playing. So like when it's like, you know, the game that is new completely, then you already kind of don't have this like sunken cost involved, so it's easier to get into it. If it's an old one, then you already have sunken cost kind of like balancing it, so you're kind of just like less interested. But if something like happens, like World of Warcraft, I kind of wanted, for example, to go classic back then or something. Like that was almost pushing me in that. There was like other factors going because like it was like some other game releasing at that time and some other stuff going on. So I just kind of skipped it in the end. But I was considering, and like the fact that it's old wouldn't really stop me. Yeah, Rev, that's the thing. Yeah, like how it would be competitive, like how like some dude having advantage over me, you know, would matter if I'm not even like playing PvP and stuff nowadays, right? But it's still kind of the same like PPA left over, I guess, back then. That just kind of feels like no. The same with like the FOMO things, like, you know, like all those like Genshin, Star Rail and stuff. Like I played for a couple of months when it was out, then I stopped playing, and then I never returned, and I don't want to return because I just know how much stuff I missed by not playing, you know. It's weird, but that's how it is, huh? And I think a huge factor in that also is that there's a lot of things to play. Like, you know, you kind of like, when there's like so much to play and not much time, you just kind of like take a lot of different, you know, like variables into the equation. Like it's not more about, you know, like, oh, I'm not interested to play because like, you know, it's an old game and I need to catch up. It's more like, okay, I have this game, I have this game, and I have this game, and that one in particular is kind of has this like little negative extra of having the need to catch up, and the other two, for example, they don't. So I'd rather play those two, you know. I'm more interested in those. For example, it's kind of like it's weird, you know, evaluation mechanics going on, I guess, sometimes. You're more down for a full new run than to return to a 5-year-old character? Yeah. That is also true. That is also true for me. That's why, like Ragnarok, I'm not returning to some old servers and stuff. But it's always like pretty much something new going on. That's the same stuff for me, yeah. That's the same for me. So like revisiting will maybe happen when there'll be something like actually like, you know, big. But like, I mean, they're gonna be launching new servers with that update coming up. But I just kind of like currently they just don't feel New World really. Because again, the DLC stuff, you know, and there's like, I kind of want to do the Ragnarok stuff, right? And there's also Path of Exile 2 testing gonna be up and all that stuff. And it's just kind of like, yeah, not sure, man. There's also Throne and Liberty that I might be playing too a little bit. We'll see. So it's just like a lot of things this autumn. So New World might not have really time. Again, like the prioritizing things, you know, like everything has its own like weight in your evaluation of what you want to play. Like, it's easier when you don't really like play some genres, when you only play some specific genre or something. Like when if you like just MMO player, then most of the time you probably have no problems because like, you know, it's not a lot of MMOs going on around that much. But then it still might be a problem when all the MMOs are out in the same day, and like, you know, all the MMOs get the expansion also in the same season and stuff, and you suddenly, you know, like for a whole year you were just kind of like being bored doing nothing, sorta, just kind of like keeping up, you know, doing some dailies and shit, and then like suddenly boom, like in autumn or something, there's like a whole bunch of new shit happening, and you're like, well, how am I playing everything now though? Alright, so was there what's with this one? The Daniel Wu, co-founder of Hero Games and largest external shareholder in Wukong developers Game Science. The DLC actually consists of, and when it will launch, remain to be seen, but the article compares it to Shadow of the Earth Dream, which has demonstrated how a timely and substantial expansion can spur a flash flurry of sales for the original. So they're already planning that Wukong DLC there. I want to make a banger kinda with the, like with the Elden Ring DLC. Open Black is an attempt to recreate a Lost God game Black and White in a modern open source game engine. Damn son, you'll need the original game to try it, which I mean kinda unobtainable, I guess. If you do still own a physical copy, you might be interested in Open Black. Fund that project to create a modern open source engine for running Black and White, and its first build was just released yesterday. Development for several years, since at least 2018. Version 0.1. Oh, 0.10, I guess. It runs better on modern machines, which has support for more operating system. There is already a Linux build available, for example. Damn son. Interesting. If that will actually develop good enough, that might be something to do for Booberathon. It's been a while, man. It's been a while. There is not actually that much in that genre to play, even. Warhammer Mordors, a new strategy RPG, Whispers of the Eyeless. Is Darkest Dungeon, but you are running the dungeon. Raise the dead gods and make your sunken base look fabulous. Whispers of the Eyeless.
The whispers call to me. Their demands are unceasing.
Total War Warhammer Mordors, I see.
I am the first prophet of the dead gods.
The Mordors, just the Mordors.
Echo in my mind. The cult of the dead gods will grow. I will do what must be done. We will deliver Aranthor to the dead gods and save.
The Darkest Dungeon style in some art is actually like a very Darkest Dungeon style even.
I'm your prophet. As my power grows, so shall yours. None will oppose us. Fall before wrath's savage might. Give in to desire's deepest longing. Behold madness's infinite truths. Aranthor must be saved. The whispers call us to service. Can you hear them?
Come on, games, Nice. That publisher is also publishing some dang stuff. And dev behind Total War Warhammer 3 mod is FO. Sure what this one is about. There's an insane total war enjoyers there. So the modder is getting some new standalone stuff there. We'll see. We'll see. Shinji Mikami thought Tengu Gameworks would be safe from closure if they made Hi-Fi Rush games. Says making a good game more important than making a popular game. Taru. Thought the studio would be safe as long as they continued to make Hi-Fi Rush games. That's one of the reasons I left Tengu Gameworks. So I was surprised when the studio was closed down. So he left so they can make more Hi-Fi Rush stuff instead of Evil Within or something. Now Krafton has taken over the business, so I feel like it worked out well in the end. I was reminded that if you make a good game, someone will pick it up. The hard work of the Hi-Fi Rush development team led to a new chapter for the company. I think that for the development studio, making a good game is more directly related to survival than making a popular game. Be interesting. I was interviewed with the Goichi Suda there. Damn son. They're already hanging out there again. Yeah, work together on Shadows of the Dam then. That is getting remastered then. So he didn't even expect that they're gonna be closing it. I thought he kinda like saw that coming and decided to kinda, you know, peace out before that. I guess not. I actually wanted them to survive, Yeah, without him on board, Peter Molyneux thinks generative AI is the future of games, all but guaranteeing that it won't be. Damn son, that's why he returned, Now we know. Create a game from one single prompt. That's his dreams there, The real game changer. AI is going to be a real game changer. There'll come a time where AI will be used to create huge parts of a game. AI generated characters, animations, dialogue, voice. I think the VO actually, like the voice acting. I know voice VO. What is that? What's that exactly? There's so much that AI will be able to tackle. Finally, I think that AI will open the doors to everyone and allow anyone to make games. Oh, voiceover, yeah, I guess, true. True. You will be able to, for example, create a game from one single prompt, such as make a battle royale set on the pirate ship, and your AI will go and do that for you. Yeah, we'll see how that will work then, though, because if everyone is gonna be doing that, we'll see how that will go, dude. Yeah, what will happen with Steam then? Molyneux predicted that movies and video games would continue to intermix. I think Hollywood is going to continue to be fascinated with games and keep on coming for more game stories and narrative. All the AI, dude. Success in Fallout and some degree The Witcher, and the deal between Remedy and Annapurna to bring Control and Alan Wake to the big screen shows that games have the kinds of worlds where Hollywood can really get stuck in. Yeah, I can make a new Steam every day, yeah, they can. So I always think about when we employ people, giving us the most valuable thing, a little slice of their lives, and if we don't do something good, then how terrible that would be. Those of excuses in the past, I've never done anything on this platform before, excuse. Haven't got enough money, excuse. Haven't got the right team, excuse. Now it's just down to our dedication and passion, finding the soul of what is going to be a great game. Damn son. All the excuses. And the fuck? Legacy converted to a blockchain game, seemingly jettisoned many of its features and narrative, and reportedly sold £40 billion in landed NFTs before release. The fuck, really? How the fuck did they get that much from that? In 21. Almost sold out of land NFTs, plots of land, alright. Sold so far combined went for equivalent of 14,000 Ethereum or around 40.5 billion real money. Expensive was London plot limited edition and one ancient artificial rarity which sold for the equivalent of about 670,000 pounds. Oh, really? They actually managed to cash out on that stuff. Holy. Well, yeah, I guess at this point the money shouldn't really be that big of a deal then. Can just like slowly develop that shit. Now that Legacy is a disaster, Molyneux's excuse is that they were sold on the idea of the blockchain by the publisher. Ah, I see. So still excuses there. Yeah, that he's not a person that deeply understands it. And never mind that he popped up in Las Vegas in 2021 to talk up all the supposed benefits of blockchain gaming. Got this unbelievable simulation, this incredible narrative we weave through the game, and we've got moral choices in there and competing against each other, and all within this totally new world, which is of course exactly what blockchain is all about. Money doesn't talk to the press anymore and no longer over promises, although the resident quotes don't just come from Molyneux. I wanted to make a game that was about building things and think there's two reasons for that. I love building things. I think Peter loves the idea of other people building things. Explains Paul McLaughlin, Legacy's art director. I think he wants to enable the audience to experience some of this stuff that maybe he doesn't really quite get himself. In that context, you can see why Molyneux would be drawn to generative AI, a tool that claims to help other people build things and which is most beloved by people who fundamentally don't quite get creativity themselves. And also another kind of buzzword, just like NFTs and everything. This one actually might be a little have a more survivability though. Planetary Annihilation Factory Management's spiritual successor has hit its Kickstarter funding goal, aiming for an early access release this year actually. Damn son. The Industrial Annihilation. $200k. 178 already, damn son. Not bad, not bad. Oh, they also have like the Start Engine campaign earlier this year. They farming everything there. The fuck is that even? 820k on this one. They also farmed already, dude. Insane. Dude's pumping, man. Ah, so this one is the... Okay, so this one basically works as Fig, looks like. So in this one you actually, you know, not pumping money in to get some sort of like early accesses and some like IRL things, you know, goodies. You basically invest to get money, it looks like. There's the terms I wonder. Yeah, so it's more for like the core or the wannabe corp. Price per share $1. Minimum investment 500. The max investment of $1 billion. Offering type equity you get. Okay, common stock. Minimum number of shares, maximum number of shares. They got a whole bunch of stuff they're going with this. I see. Big course out of low. How we doing? Oh, they do have some amount-based rewards too. Invest $500 and receive access to exclusive beta. Ah, they still do have that. Yeah, looks like you get it. Yeah. Well, if you invest 500. 750 and receive access to exclusive beta, unique in-game mech commander skin. 25k. 10% Start Engine owners bonus. Offer 10% additional bonus shares for all investments that are committed by investors that are eligible. Insane. And what a steal, man. So they farmed the insane investments and then went to Kickstarter and already kind of got some plebs, you know, to get somebody into. Interesting. Yeah, the Fig's idea was actually kind of nice. That was basically the same kind of platform. And on some games, people invested actually got like pretty good return, but I assume also like a lot didn't. True save true, huh? Well, here like for 500 you also get 500 shares though. So you're gonna be able to cash out on that, you know. Like it's basically not for people who want to play this really, I guess. That's more for people who want to earn with this. They configure some of the... I don't remember actually, like there were like a couple I think of projects that were like really big. Like people who actually invested like into those games on Fig, they got like, you know, like double, triple amount back. But yeah, it's a huge risk. Corepunk halts pre-orders and says a level of interest in the project has exceeded expectations. Too popular for its own good. That's the MMO. MMO ARPG. Enough pre-orders to achieve team's goals. If you didn't get a copy, don't fret. Artificial Core said that it will resume sales around the early access launch on November 26. Corepunk look giga boring? Yeah, I'm not so sure. We'll see. We'll see about that one. It's also November again, so like, dude. Like, autumn is already like dead, pretty much. Like, autumn is already loaded for me. So yeah, not so sure. We'll see though. We'll see, I guess. Level of interest in the project exceeded all expectations, and getting a lot of positive feedback on the game's concept and its uniqueness. It's also been a great joy to see game's ability to maintain stable online presence, even in an absurd situation where the servers were crashing every hour for a week. So I assume it's also probably partially because they realize how many people actually pre-ordering and want to join, and that the server is gonna fucking die completely when they release in early access, so they just decided to kind of hold with that probably. Old School RuneScape counts over 160,000 players online during the holiday weekend. Damn son, Old School RuneScape still pumping hard there. And the Labor Day holiday in the US. Player count is pasted loud and proud right at the front of the MMORPG homepage. It's like the good old times, man, when everyone was up front with that stuff. Farming the nostalgia box there, yeah. And no special events worlds open. Player concurrency over 160k people. Impressive, man. Impressive. Still can be farming. Well, I mean, there's plenty of like nostalgia MMOs, really. Nostalgia, almost 10 years of new content. Yeah, like I don't think it's pure nostalgia because there's like a lot of like nostalgic MMOs. But I think not a lot can, you know, boast that number though. Probably. The style, no, I think in the case of RuneScape, it's just that actually, in my opinion, gameplay is just like a very unique that not a lot of other games can, you know, provide. Most likely. So like nostalgia for RuneScape is like not something that people can kind of like, it's like the itch that you can't really scratch in other games, you know, in my opinion. That's why also like a lot of like the games that are farming the most kind of like private servers and stuff like this are usually the games that are kind of like very unique in a way. Like Ragnarok Online, the Star Wars Galaxies, for example, right, has like its own like private rogue server. Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning, right? Like, what else? Like, the Undying MMOs, basically. Either officially Undying, still being run. Like, EverQuest 1, I think, is still a thing. I think Carnage actually plays that still. What else is there? Like, the kind of Ultima Online, obviously, also. That one is also, like, it's just like those MMOs back then, they just had, like, experiences that you can't really get anywhere nowadays. Not in any other MMO. Especially all the hardcore ones. I guess like there's kind of like Valbion Online to some extent, you could say. Like some other games trying to get that, but they all kind of like not really getting there that much. Like a lot, they maybe get some people on board, but I think a lot still kind of stay. Kind of Raven Dawn and stuff, right? Like a lot of people kind of jumped on it, but then after some time, a lot of people just like return to like TBA and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, I think it is the thing about the specific unique gameplay. I mean, the style also kind of doesn't really, you know, like age, I guess, badly, because it's already quite something, I guess, from even back then. The style, I feel like for MMO players, like style graphics are in general like things that MMO players, in my opinion, care like way less about, because we just kind of used over the decades, I guess, of MMO gaming that, you know, like MMOs kind of supposedly look like shit, you know. That's just something we kind of used to, because, you know, especially back then when there's so many players and stuff, it kind of needs to look like shit, so you already kind of like got used to it. Nowadays it kind of gets like, you know, like breaking the mold a bit. Like Throw the Liberty especially, like, dude, shit looks fucking beautiful, and then you like see the amount of people that it can actually, you know, put on your screen, and you just kind of actually get impressed by that stuff. Quite. But yeah, they're still pumping the content and stuff for this though. Like it's like old school only, like basically because it's like the continuation of the one and only, right? Because like the new RuneScape didn't like take off that hard. People wanted the old one, so they just kind of keep working with that. But I don't know how close it is to like, you know, the actual old school. I think at this point it probably has a lot of new shit going. Funcom is optimistic Dune Awakening will work on most PCs, but admits Xbox Series S is a challenge. Damn, on most PCs, but that's a challenge for you. Coming out on PC first in order to help fine-tune optimization, but he also admits Xbox Series S is a challenge. That's not to suggest that the game isn't optimized though, we'll see about it. As Junior is also quick to point out that a powerful cards from a few years ago should be able to run the game. From both a visual perspective and a game scale perspective. Well, the next beta test hopes to put that to the proof. Don't think we've released our min-spec yet, but it will still perform well on hardware that is years and years old. We'll be able to do it. Yeah, that game doesn't look like anything crazy good though. I mean, overall, all in all, it looks alright, but the thing is, like, there's like sand, and the characters look kind of not very pogue, and animations are pretty bad. So we'll see about that. NetEase Quarter 2 2024, and NetEase's MMOs propelled the revenue lift, but its stock dipped hard anyway. Another one. A revenue dip of 5.1%, but a bump of 6.1% since Quarter 2. Missed expectations. One of multiple Chinese tech firms to do so this quarter, hammering the Hong Kong stock market. Company stock took a sharp nosedive and hasn't recovered. Just in the last 2 weeks, NetEase lost around 16% of its value. The last half year, it's down 27%. Analysts still consider it a bargain stock, but the dip isn't pretty. Bloomberg explains that Chinese companies like NetEase and Tencent are eyeing partial investment pullout in Japan, the world's third largest game market. Both had pushed hard into buying Japanese studios to offset stagnation in the Chinese gaming market, but now NetEase is allegedly slashing its spending in the region, rescinding at least several funding commitments for new games. and shuttering studios and laying off workers in Japan, all following what the paper characterizes as an expansion without much to show for it. Now, this is notable not just for existing MMO players, but for folks who want to play MMOs a few years from now. That's because NetEase has publicly funded or picked up a long list of studios cranking out MMOs, including Worlds Untold, Bullet Farm, Second Dinner, Marvel Snap, Craig Morrison's Cozy Crime MMO, Greg Street's Ghost, Rich Vogel's T-0, Jack Emmert's Warhammer MMO. Huh? With NetEase, huh? That's the Bonka dude, huh? Jack Emmert talks up NetEase support for his studio's Warhammer MMO, talks down a PvP design focus. In July 2023. Guy's the guy from Daybreak, alright. Newly formed NetEase-owned studio Jackalyptic Games, which is starting work on the Unreal Engine 5 built MMO set in the Warhammer 40k universe. Made a studio named after him, yep, seems like it. Talks up support his studio has been receiving from the Chinese Gigacorp in terms of its monetary backing, experts to help his team and giving him space to plan. Emmert notes Jackalyptic is about 45 people strong, but he believes he may need another 100 to see the project to the finish line, though he also hopes to keep the headcount lean. Good, I don't know how I missed this one too. During another portion, Emmert mostly talks about designing an MMO and how the genre has progressed, but an interesting tidbit awaits at the end when he discusses the potential for PvP. I have never emphasized PvP, God bless all the games that depend on it, I don't know how to do it. If I play a PvP game and I lose several times in a row, I don't want to play anymore, right? Like, getting your head beaten isn't necessarily fun, and so you end up winnowing down your population. I mean, yeah, it's not completely false. It's not completely false. Like, I would say Warhammer Online, like Age of Reckoning, actually had it good, because like you could level in PvP, like you could level in PvP, and even like, you know, like getting yourself like beaten didn't feel that bad, because like it was all, you know, like the massive PvP, like the mass scale PvP with a shitload of people. And like, you know, you don't feel bad by losing that there. Like, I played a shitload of it. Like, you don't really feel bad whatsoever. Like, it was really well made, huh? Well, it failed though. It failed because they started diluting the scope. So going from like the full PvP centered MMO, they started going into this, oh, we had a new expansion. The first expansion was basically PvE area with a bunch of like dungeons and stuff, and even like the PvP in that area was still kind of like sort of like PvE centered, so like no one fucking liked that at all. And then after that, everything just was going kind of downhill since then. So I feel like you can kind of make it nice with this sort of PvP, even though it still was getting like stale after some time. Like, I usually played it in like 3 months, probably, sessions. Like, you buy subscription for like 3 months, you play it, and then by the end of it, you already kind of like, you know, fall asleep there. Necromunda would be the perfect setting for a classic MMO. Not the regular 40k, think so? Why? Why though? I mean, it would be tricky though, for sure, because like, you know, adding all the classes, balancing all those classes and everything, that would be kinda not that simple though. That would be not that simple. But I mean, Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning did that. It was actually, in my opinion, a really good one. I think it was really nice. I don't know how like super close and like lore friendly it was though. Though I think it kinda was, like the quest had a lot of lore and stuff too. But it was a good game. It was a good game. Still is, actually. The private server is still running. And I played it a bunch. Not super much, but still I did. It's just that, yeah, I kind of like don't like that it skips the fun part. It just throws you from like tier 1. As soon as you finish with tier 1, it just throws you in the end game straight up. Just with upscaling your level, basically. And that I don't like, because the end game is basically where like the giga tryharding and stuff commences. With the pre-mades and everything. And I'm more like kind of like the mid-range, when everyone is just leveling through it. No one's tryharding, no one's like in pre-mades, just people basically leveling up. Everyone is random, and everyone is just having fun. That was my favorite part. But yeah, 40k MMO. Interesting. What was bad about Dark Millennium, though? What was bad about the Dark Millennium? Customize the Shrek Space Marine, yeah. It depends how you kind of do it. Like, Age of Reckoning managed to kind of get all this, like, realm versus realm system pretty good, pretty tight. Like, this realm versus realm was really good, and that's what makes the PvP actually kind of alright. Like, it's not so, there was also like the battleground style, the scenarios. Like, if you really want like some smaller scale, like 5v5 or 10v10, I don't remember how much was it, or 8 versus 8 or something. Like, there was that, but like mostly it was just kind of like the massive MMO in, and no dog shit dumb combat. I mean, yeah, I guess like for Warhammer that would feel kind of sad. That is true. Even though if it will be like if it's a good MMO, I'll take tab. I will take tab targeting. I will take tab targeting if it's a nice, like, fun MMO with good content and everything. I would tolerate that. I would tolerate that, to be honest. Tab targeting is already not a good MMO. I mean, it's better. It's better. Like something like New World is good. Like, for sure, it is more fun. But the top targeting can be like a little more like strategic. It's just a different types of MMO, you know. Let's put it that way. Like, it can be a little more strategic with the cooldowns and all that stuff. More ability centered, right? Like, New World is good. Like, I love New World, but like the amount of abilities, like, for me, it feels kind of sometimes, you know, a little sad. Like, I do like sometimes to have the piano, you know. The piano gameplay sometimes is kind of fun when you can, like, you know, be a firehead about it. Sometimes I do want to return to that every once in a while. I try to get good, you know, and all that stuff. That I don't mind. And it usually kind of makes it like easier for that MMO, you know, to exist, to work, kind of like a little less like ping reliant, you know. It just makes it easier. Yeah, but yeah, it might be if it's a bad one, like if it's not a really good MMO, then top target is like making it even worse. At least, like, you know, like New World also wasn't perfect at all. Still not isn't, right? But like the gameplay at least was fun. So like gameplay was kind of carrying it for me. Like if New World would be top target, that would be probably dead. I think because like everything else in the game is kind of like dog. Like story, all that stuff is just dope. Like the combat basically is the highlight that makes it kind of fun. But if you have everything, like, you know, in place, all good, then top targeting might be not too bad if it's done well. Or something like Ragnarok Online, like the ARPG type of combat. That might be kind of good balance, kind of like it's not exactly full top targeting, but it's also not exactly, you know, full like third person, you know, combat, you know, action combat. Like, none of it makes sense, I see, alright. Yeah, colored loot and stuff, I guess getting that into Warhammer would be trickier. Even though, like, in Age of Reckoning they did. In Age of Reckoning they did. You have your, like, legendary, you know, like, and set items there and stuff. And just would be the same, you know, bolter, just gonna be like, you know, the blessed Emperor's penis bolter or something, you know, like the named a legendary item, basically. Let's see, Steve, I see. I mean, I do think that the dumb stuff might be kind of fun still. I do think it still kind of might be fun. Some MMOs can be. Some MMOs can be. Like in PvP, quite often that is maybe potentially kind of even better system. Not just because like how much, you know, the 5-head moves and stuff you can do with that, with some cooldowns and everything. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see, let's see. Hideaki Itsuda leaves Capcom. Well, that we kind of had end of last week, on the last Sunday. But, I mean, still, I don't remember actually. Did I get to that last time or not? I think I did. So yeah, it's all good now. Japanese game director designer shared news on social media revealing that he's planning to start developing a new game and new environment. For the long-term support of the games and characters I've been responsible for, I hope you will continue to support Capcom's games and characters. From September, I will start developing a new game in a new environment. Hope to create fun, beautiful games that are as memorable as or even more memorable than the ones I have created so far. Please stay tuned for my next creation. Hired by Capcom in 1994. It's interesting that he's kinda instantly on the different studio on the different project. Because usually you kinda have some sort of like, you know, cooldown period when you're not allowed to join stuff and everything. Maybe that's because his like contract, you know, like ran out. So all those like, you know, non-competitive claims and stuff are over. And he just didn't renew the contract. Maybe that's why. See how DMC goes. Yeah, DMC and for me, Dragon's Dogma, dude. Dragon's Dogma. There's still even Dragon's Dogma DLC, but maybe that they already kind of worked a bunch on, and it'll be fine. I mean, in general, might be fine, right? Like maybe it's not like it's not one person deciding everything anyway, right? But still, when it's like some important people from the studio, you're always kind of afraid which kind of turn the game will gonna take after. 60% of Brits don't consider careers in the creative sector as real jobs. Damn, son. And nearly half of adults in the UK also said creative degrees are taken less seriously than others. Probably that's actually kind of maybe like a good result, actually. That means like, you know, at least 40% actually consider creative stuff as a real job. That's impressive. Are ranked creative jobs at the bottom of the list of real jobs, with the law 62%, accounting 58%, and healthcare being considered to be reputable careers. 2 in 5 adults surveyed said jobs with a clear progression or a clear ladder were what made certain careers stand out as real jobs. That's kind of weird take, I guess. On the Hubble, respondents believed careers in the creative industries to be real jobs, while 31% of parents and guardians said that they wouldn't advise their children to pursue jobs in the sector. Oh yeah, you better don't do it. This is due to concerns regarding a lack of job security. True. Struggling to succeed without industry contacts. True. And low pay. True. Damn, that's quite educated people there with those. Those mean good for their children. Respect, man. And they know their shit. Survey also found that nearly half of Brits thought creative degrees are taken less seriously than others, with a 61% of respondents not being aware of educational institutions that specialize in training in the creative sector. So disappointing to see results of this survey and how poorly regarded the creative industries are. We need to do more to raise awareness of educational opportunities in these areas and to raise the visibility of careers and the value that this sector brings to the UK. About to start a new academic year, and this is always a time that we look forward to introducing more students to the exciting worlds of visual effects, animation, and games. Hope that by challenging preconceptions and spreading the word, we will welcome even more in the future from all walks of life. Got the older concerns? Sound about right, man. And nailed them, Yeah, there's the weekly layoffs. Rocksteady reportedly lays off staff following Suicide Squad woes. Reports suggest QA department cut in half, product quality expected to suffer. Oh, even more. Damn. Not like the product quality was stellar before already. Yeah, multiple departments have been affected, with the QA team among the hardest hit. A department halved from 33 members of staff to just 15. Senior management acknowledged that product quality is likely to suffer. Dismissed staff range from juniors and newcomers to those with more than 5 years of experience at the studio. Restructuring that led to these layoffs is said to be directly linked to the low sales of Suicide Squad, which launched in February, to mixed critic reviews and player complaints over the live service style business model. Oh, what a twist, man. And now it's just gotta be the devs taking the L for that. Even though it was in the first place publishers deciding on that shit. Nintendo revises content creator guidelines to make it easier to object to inappropriate content. This includes graphic, explicit, harmful, or otherwise offensive content, company said. Corporate gets away with it again, yeah. Corporate just says that the product quality will suffer, but you know, yeah, we're gonna let them proceed and we're gonna stay. Yeah, gotta be careful with all the pregarios now, man. Object to any content it deems unlawful, infringing, or inappropriate. Nintendo is humbled every day by your loyalty and passion to Nintendo games, characters, and worlds, confirming its commitment to content creators who like to express themselves creatively by sharing your own original videos and images using content from its games. Kagik banned. Kagik, actually, ironically, I don't think he has Pregario though. Kagik is fake, man. He jumped the train already after it was cool. Pregario was the beginning, man. Prigigi and Pregario, those were the pioneers. Yeah, rules not new. They did say it was like revised, so they were already there. I thought the stream definitely banned them, I say. Pregar Higgs Bowser stories, alright. The Artosis chat I heard, and Donos and TTS, that's quite something, man. Company said that as long as streamers and let's players follow some basic rules, it would not object to the footage or screenshots they use, providing they add their own creative input or commentary. Damn son, poor Forsen, I can't play Nintendo games now. That's the stay I say. So basically, I assume, I guess, if you do like some like raw playthrough with no commentary and everything, that technically you can get fucked by Nintendo then. Like if you just like roll the gameplay raw, like it's kind of like trendy on YouTube, I think. That's a rip, probably. Well, according to rules, doesn't mean they're gonna enforce them real hard. However, the guidelines also stress Nintendo's prohibition of content that incorporates its intellectual property alongside anything it deems unlawful, infringing, or inappropriate. This includes graphic, explicit, harmful, otherwise offensive content, including statements or actions that may be considered offensive, insulting, obscene, or otherwise disturbing to others. Yep, Regario going down, man. Regario would fall under this? Nah, I doubt it, I doubt it. Well, I mean... How is it? Like, it would be other way around, eh? Like, why you, you know, forbidding Mario to be pregnant? Like, that sounds bad. Come on. Offensive, insulting, disturbing. A disturbing. You sure it? And they inserted an entire fetus there. Yeah, that's a lot of new content there. Nintendo did not specify why its guidelines have been tightened up at this time. It's speculated that this may be connected to a high-profile Japanese content creator who was compelled to remove offensive Splatoon 3 content earlier this year. What might be though that all the the Rule 34 artists and stuff might start getting some problems with that. Like, if you just have the Pregario, that's fine, but if you know, gonna be depicting the process of Mario becoming Pregario, that might be a problem, I guess, then. That might be a problem, I guess, then. Might be insulting, obscene, that, but the nature is non-profit. I'm not sure if they actually kind of go in for it, like, completely... If you only make profit with that, though, that's the thing. Online video image sharing platforms. You may monetize your videos and channels using monetization methods separately specified by Nintendo. Other forms of monetization of our intellectual property for commercial purposes are not permitted. There it is, man. Without creative input or commentary are not permitted. You may, however, post gameplay videos and screenshots using Nintendo system features, such as capture button on Nintendo Switch. There it is. True, actually, Argosh. That is true, I agree. No, that actually, you don't... all these rules are just for content. Content you create for appropriate video and image sharing sites. So it doesn't mean you monetize that, just for sharing it. Just for sharing it, so it actually will apply. Only after game release them. Intellectual property of a third party, alright. Not permitted to imply or state that your videos are officially affiliated. Reserve the right to object to any content that we believe is unlawful, infringing, inappropriate, or not in line with these guidelines. Transformative purpose and thus a fair use. I mean, yeah, in general, a lot of things you can, but most of the time, like, it never gets to it. Like, they just, like, send, you know, the takedowns and stuff, and you can try to sue them, but yeah, that's probably not gonna go well. And that's probably not even gonna start if you are, you know, if you're not ready to fork out a lot, because they have already, like, all the lawyers and stuff, you know, just, like, sitting there waiting for another victim. Yeah, I think that's how it kind of goes, even like a lot of YouTube stuff. Like there was only one case, I think, was it actually like the H3, the Ethan who like actually managed to win some sort of lawsuit with like some other, what is it, like YouTuber or something else, where he was like doing some sort of like commentary or whatever, and they managed in court to actually prove that it was like transformative content. But that was like a whole process and everything, and yeah, it's just like not something probably anyone average person will go for. Type of content acceptable, non-acceptable. Alright, encourage you to use them. Let's Play videos, video game reviews within the scope of the guidelines. May not simply upload or live stream an existing Nintendo video gameplay footage without your own creative or editorial input or a copy of content created by someone else. For example, mere copies of Nintendo promotional videos, trailers, tournaments, music, gameplay sequences, and art collections or content that can be considered equivalent are outside the scope of the guidelines. Tournaments. So you can't even, like, you know, use their material like in tournaments. Music. The guidelines only cover video uploads. Can I live stream my videos as well? Guidelines cover both uploads and live streams. What do you mean by appropriate video and image sharing website? We're referring to the most commonly used video and image sharing platforms such as, but not limited to, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. We reserve the rights to object to any content that we believe is unlawful infringing, alright? Monetization methods separately specified by Nintendo. Ooh, let's go, they even have that. Facebook Meta Partner Monetization, Nico Creators Program Channel, OpenRec Creators Program, Twitch Affiliate Program, Twitch Partner Program, X Twitter Premium Subscription Program, YouTube Partner Program, Tweetcasting, Item Revenue, Video Ad Revenue, 17 Live Gift, and Instagram Subscription Model Bonus Program. Like, what if, like, you know, you have, like... Well, I guess tips don't really count, but, like, but if you, like, sponsored, I guess, also, by something. What if they don't like the game fuel? For example, or some other stuff that everyone is sponsored with or something. Can I sell content that I create and upload or live stream on a sharing platform if it includes Nintendo game content? No, you may not sell any videos, music, or images that you created using Nintendo game content. Can I create, upload, live stream content that is based on other Nintendo intellectual property outside of gameplay footage? Guidelines only cover sharing Nintendo game content or appropriate video image sharing sites. Any other use of Nintendo intellectual property or creation of content outside of this scope is subject to the relevant laws of the applicable jurisdiction. Nintendo cannot provide legal advice to you. We encourage you to seek your own legal counsel. What if I record someone playing an unreleased game at a public event such as a gaming expo? Please keep in mind most public events have filming guidelines and you are responsible for following those guidelines. If you are unsure, please check with on-site staff before uploading or live streaming your video. Also reserve the right to object to any content that we believe is unlawful infringing. Alright, gotta be careful if you are IRLing from some conventions, I guess. Zero by say, feels bad, man. Stop playing and talking about their shit, yeah. Planning to host a gaming tournament using games for which Nintendo owns the copyright and upload or live stream a video of that tournament on applicable video and image sharing sites. Are these activities subject to these guidelines? Also, is hosting a game tournament covered by these guidelines? Uploading and live streaming gameplay videos of games for which Nintendo owns the copyright to on video sharing sites is subject to these guidelines. However, when hosting a game tournament, please follow the community tournament guidelines. In addition, when posting or monetizing gameplay videos of game tournaments hosted in line with the community tournament guidelines, it is necessary to follow contents of those guidelines in addition to the guidelines written here. Ah, there is like guidelines for that too even. Under the guidelines, can corporate entities upload or live stream videos and screenshots using Nintendo game content? Guidelines only applicable to individual consumers using Nintendo game content. Will there be cases where Nintendo will remove content from sharing platforms? Yes, we reserve the right to remove if believe unlawful, alright. What do you mean by content being unlawful, infringing, inappropriate? Alright. Violates relevant laws, infringes intellectual property rights of Nintendo. Involves illegally copied or modified game software produced using Nintendo's copyrighted material without Nintendo's authorization, or game software obtained illegally. Shows how to use software and or devices that circumvent security measures deployed by Nintendo to protect against infringement of its video games and console systems, such as emulators and or other circumvention software. shows how to use those. So like technically, actions that may be considered to impair the gameplay experience in multiplayer modes, such as intentionally disrupting game progress. Features graphic explicit, harmful, otherwise offensive content, including statements or actions that may be considered offensive, insulting, obscene, or otherwise disturbing to others. Interferes with the proper operation or impairs the safety of Nintendo's products or services. Involves cheating, cracking, unauthorized access, circumvention of technical restrictions, unauthorized modification or use of objects, tools, or services that enable such cheating. Features unauthorized game consoles and or software not licensed by Nintendo and or. Alright. Features video, images, sound sources, etc. that cannot be used in regular gameplay, extracted through game software via data mining and other methods. So if you have some sort of like mod or restored cut content for the emulator and stuff, you basically kind of like already in jail, dude. Interesting. Interesting. Try to claim rights to any and all content associated with games. I mean, yeah, that's what they always try to. A lot of publishers kind of try to add that kind of more. They mostly just like, you know, just pretty much just tell you can like just you know, like don't break any laws with your content and feel free to do whatever you want. But still, there's more stuff going about that, I guess. Capcom's Resident Evil mobile game now require internet connection. Developer tells players that this is due to changes to the startup process. As noted by Resident Evil fans and shared across the community on Reddit, iOS version of Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and Resident Evil 4, which are chiefly single-player horror games, had hitherto not required a connection to the internet. Which is actually kind of impressive, because I was thinking it was some sort of like, you know, like semi-cloud thing or something, but nah, it actually was running on the fucking iPhones and stuff itself. Capcom now says, however, that due to changes to the startup process, internet connection is now required when starting this app. Although Capcom advised players that a new patch was on the way on social media, it stopped short of revealing the specific, and the developer-publisher yet to publicly respond to fan ire about the decision. So you just already like barely sold the mobile versions, and now even that you're kind of getting fucked with. Where you just like single player game on your phone, like you just want to like play it somewhere. Well, I guess you need it only when you're starting, right? So like if you like in the bad connection area, I guess it still kind of will work as long as you manage to start it. But like what if you go somewhere where you do, like you go on the plane, for example, you just want to play during the flight. You need to start the game before you board and stuff, or before you take off, right? And then you just can play. But why? It's a long trip with no internet or something. Like, dude, what is this? This is annoying. This is annoying, man. I kind of actually not sure how it is in Space Marine, because today I actually got fucked by that once. Like I was doing pretty good already in the fight, and then boom, disconnect. In a single player game playing with my both companions. And it just like reset me from the checkpoint. Even though after that it was like, oh, do you want to continue in offline mode? Sure, dude. Like I would love to start in offline mode always from the very beginning. You know, I'm playing PvE mode with with AI. I don't need online mode. Or just German train. Yeah, true. Could be that too. Former devs from Until Dawn remake studio Ballistic Moon say they've been laid off. A British studio confirms redundancies, says it's had to significantly scale down. I'll see you guys done working, you know, game's gonna release in a few weeks, so it's time to go. It's time for you to go. Significantly scaling down in order to secure the future of the studio. Like, you don't even, like, start selling the game yet. Like, maybe it's gonna be, like, a blast and you're gonna make a shitload of money and, like, you know, why? Yeah, thank you and fuck off now. Comes after our development of Until Dawn for PS5 and PC. I want to express sincere gratitude to every team member. Alright. Yeah, basically thank you and fuck off, I guess. I would understand if it's like not like would be like, you know, bad release and stuff, bad sales and everything, sure, but like they didn't even release yet. Just like finished working on it, goodbye. Done. We don't need you anymore. Helldivers 2 support studio Toadman Interactive to shut offices in Sweden and Norway. Some positions at developers' Berlin office are also at risk. I feel we're gonna have like a lot of that. I feel like a lot of like kind of like more expensive region offices and everything gonna be closing. Because it's kind of like hard to sustain. Like the property realty is expensive as shit. Like basically like the main reason why they have the offices and stuff in such regions is because there's usually also a lot of people there, right? And a lot of people who work in those like kind of industries, like kind of more high-tech industries and stuff. So it's easier to recruit people in those cities and everything too, but like it's also expensive usually. And wherever you can recruit people from such industries, those places are usually getting kind of expensive. And now with like remote and stuff going all over the place, I feel like they might be trying to remove that a little bit, you know, like trying to move to some other regions. Like even back in the day, I remember when I was like looking into like the game dev openings and stuff back home, it was like, you know, like sometimes like some openings in some kind of like companies that are like somewhat popular and stuff, and they would be just like, yeah, with the relocation to some like bumfuck nowhere city pretty much. They're gonna pay you, they're gonna cover all the relocation and stuff, but yeah, welcome here, dude. Could be Rev, could be, yeah. That probably that gonna be the end goal. They might even be like skipping that stage and just going full AI mode, you know. So like they don't even like, you know, need the low budget countries. They just gonna like outsource that to AI and stuff. If you're hiring in the game space, please reach out and we would love to make introduction to our talent and stuff. Yes, Stockholm, Oslo. Dude, like how much you need to pay to some like, you know, coder in like Oslo or something. And Stockholm too, really. Like I bet it's fucking a lot. Zynga exits a Web3 project Sugartown. A mobile company sold all its assets to new firm D20. Them piecing out from them NFTs. D12 was co-founded by Matt Wolf, previously a VP of Web3 Gaming at Zynga, and Tom Ingo, former general manager of Web3 at Zynga. So they kind of like... Yeah, the D20 is fully comprised of the members of the ex-Zynga Web3 team. So they either like laid that team off, or they just decided to kind of like, you know, branch it out a little bit. Like we are not dealing with any of that ourselves. That's not us. Nope. Square Enix to shut down Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, a mobile RPG originally launched globally in 2016 and will be retired on October 30th, 2024. Don't think I even heard about this shit, to be honest. The fuck was that? Mobile RPG. A Ubisoft share price falls to a 10-year low after Star Wars Outlaws launch. Firm's stock decreased by 10% in the 2 days after the game's release. A success, man. The week launch. Physical launch sales in the UK are 55% lower than last year's Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Has yet to release digital sale numbers for the title. Surely they will learn from this. Yep, they will never learn. I'm getting so many gift subs through the Space Marines. Let's see. Easy farm, man. Easy farm. Exceptionally good in creating stuff no one asks for and no one wants in general. I mean, to be like, I do think there is an audience for like a Star Wars games, 100%. But is there audience for the Star Wars with their formula? I think, but like maybe people who are like outside of gaming completely, like barely play video games and they just fans of Star Wars and they just gonna get this, they maybe will be enjoying it. But I think any, you know, gamer, they already kind of like know their formula and they most likely already had enough of their formula. Fans of Star Wars will get anything with Star Wars. That too. But I think like those who already kind of like, you know, more into the gaming, more avid gamers, they already probably, some of them probably already also like don't really want another, you know, like Assassin's Creed, but like with the lights, even not without lightsabers even, you know. That's the thing, eh? That's the thing, eh? Like, I mean, I would be interested personally myself even to kind of like play that or something, but not for those prices, you know, and all that stuff. And after some patching, because yeah, apparently it's also quite broken and shit. Like all the insane editions, insane prices, like the paywalled, you know, DLCs and content, quests in game, that just kind of like, nope. And then yeah, pretty bad media in the end also, with like the fuck up with the pre-release version. Just basically, you know, people who paid extra to play early just got fucked basically. I needed to restart. Like, all right, good shit, man. That's a nice start. The games drop fast in price plus their subscription service. Yep, that is true. Games will no longer sell that well due to those two. I mean, they need to also keep in mind that it's also gets quite for a while, you know, gatekept by their own launcher. Like I think it's more kind of about, yeah, like they're not gonna sell on release much usually, because people wait for sales, people get subscription, people don't want to buy it on, you know, Uplay, whatever it is called nowadays. So yeah, a lot of people just wait for like Steam release, for big discounts. Yeah, I heard it's kind of alright. Like, like I don't think it was like really like getting like that crazy much of like the bad, you know, press and stuff. Like the Metacritic score of 76, like that just means that it's kind of like average, you know. It's like nothing, like, I mean, it should mean that it's good, right? 76, but considering that the Metacritic score usually comprised of like all the game media, you basically need to kind of like subtract like 20, let's say, I guess. So it's kind of like solid mid, you know, maybe a little above mid, but it's also Star Wars, so if you're into Star Wars, why not? But for those prices and stuff, with all the issues, nope. I really need to like stealth. I see. Yeah, the stealth, that is also kind of like weird, I guess, too. Then, if you need to focus on that kind of gameplay, solid or mid often doesn't keep AAA afloat. True. At least doesn't prevent the layoffs. Yeah, I mean, they like, the thing is they forked out a shitload on marketing. That was like their biggest game in terms of marketing, and that part totally didn't work. That part did not go well. Like with those budgets on marketing, that should be like something that everyone will be talking about. The problem is, I also feel like all those like early releases and stuff, they really are bad for marketing, in my opinion. Because like, let's see, This one's still going. Like Space Marine, I feel kinda might be okay with that somewhat because they also have like this massive co-op PvE and PvP stuff, right? It's still kinda down a little. Like they actually were like going for like 134. I thought it was like 150. You're right, and it's actually kinda not too bad. Like it actually like stays kinda steady, I would say there. Because the game is out tomorrow. So like, and the game is like short, really. Well, no, okay, fine. Like it's short if you play it on like normal and stuff. Like or lower than normal. Like some like content creators like basically finish like in 6 hours, which I mean probably easy and just kind of like rushing as fast as possible to get your video out as fast as possible. But still, it's not a big game, so like if there would be no co-op, for example, right? If there would be no multiplayer, PvP, PvE, and then pretty much like most of the people would be kind of like after the first day, after the first peak, it already would be like going down. And by the time of release, you know, first like group of players already done playing and the new group just starting. So you're basically kind of like diluting, you know, the hype, the noise and stuff. You're just kind of like smearing it over this like early access period instead of having like, you know, this like composed, you know, like spike of like everyone talking about it, everyone streaming it, everyone watching it, you know. It might be kind of something to consider, to be honest. Yeah, over 100k people who paid for it already, yeah. It is. But like, I mean, I am like in this case at least I'm kind of happy that it's like it's gonna be like the sign for people that, you know, like the Warhammer games are worth making, worth investing into. Like I hope there will be more and more stuff like this because like this is really good. Like Space Marine 2 is fucking great. Like I love this shit. Like, I'm not like super insane, you know, Giga Warhammer nerd, because for those it's probably even more impressive, but it's like, it's solid, man. You just kind of like, you play it and you see how much, you know, like a love and effort was put into it and detail. It just feels good, huh? It just feels good to play it. Amount of details, all those like fights going, like that engine and what they did with it in this game is just kind of like really good. Like, it's a really good fit for the game like that. Yeah, I guess about it, yeah. That's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the thing probably for a while. There was like wave 1 of those practices happening, but the games that were doing it weren't really doing that well, I guess. So they kind of stopped doing it. That was like a few years ago. And now here we go again. Now here we go again. Sadly, we're gonna be back into it. Already are, and it's gonna continue. And we are gonna get even more of that stuff, unfortunately. We'll see. Like there might be like at some point already also kind of another, you know, like the wake up call, another, you know, like a breaking point or something for all the PPG shitty monetization, you know, practices and stuff. I hope we're gonna get that soon. I hope so. Space Marine seems okay by comparison. Must suck wanting to play it all day one, yeah. Yeah, there are worse ones that doesn't make it okay. Yeah, I agree. Like I agree, all of those, man. I do still play them. Like I don't buy them though, and I wouldn't buy them. Like early accesses, never. That I wouldn't. Well, except maybe like if there will be like, you know, like some offer that you need to pick and that also has the early access, then like, you know, yeah, Just kind of, you know, making a little correction if I ever will be like, I don't know, buying something and it also has as one of the benefits. Actually, I did, I guess, with Lost Ark because it did like, because yeah, I didn't get the key and stuff. I did with Lost Ark, I remember that. That was actually like something I also really despise with like MMOs and stuff. But again, I wanted to be on the edge, and I was streaming it, and yeah, that's sadly kind of, for streaming I hate it even more because yeah, you kind of like, you either kind of get this early copy as a streamer, you know, like the review copy, and then you kind of stream with all the early people, which is not even the thing with Space Marine because like some people got even earlier copies, right? Anyway, but at least you kind of get it early, or you kind of get it already like late when all the hype is done, and you might as well just like wait anyway. Whatever. So yeah, for streaming, I feel that is even kinda worse when that happens. Because you also, and if you don't have the review keys available to you, then yeah, a lot of people probably just gonna end up buying that stuff just because they want to be, you know, one of the first ones to make content for the game and everything, to get all the people who want to watch the game early too. So yeah, it just kinda like ends up being like that. It just kinda ends up being like that. But if it wouldn't be up to streaming, I wouldn't be buying the early accesses for sure. I in general would be just like probably like sitting on my insane backlog and just playing that stuff, and just every once in a while picking like, you know, like a shovel and going on sale just to get like a whole bunch of stuff in my backlog on some huge sales. That would be my strat then. That would be my strat. Microsoft reportedly apologizes to Giamma following issues with Inotria Xbox certification. Update Studio is now working closely with Microsoft to resolve the situation. The Giamma CEO Jake Greco said that Microsoft contacted them after the developer announced on Monday that it would be delaying its Xbox launch indefinitely. If I want a sorta, it's just basic. It's basically kind of first discount sorta. It's just like the games now basically cost, you know, like $100 something dollars. It's just like after like 5 days they go on sale, you know, on the kind of permanent sale, and then after some time the sale goes deeper every once in a while. Greg expanded on his decision to Discord, claiming despite having a version for console ready, Microsoft been ignoring the queries about the certification process for 2 months. Spent a lot of money for porting and they decided to ignore us. Obviously they don't care about the Notria and they don't care about the players. Seems like it, Steve. Seems like it, yeah. Not the first time actually too, already looks like, in the recent time. Xbox boss Phil Spencer. Personally, his team reached to the studio helping resolve the situation. Now working closely with Microsoft, and we hope this collaboration will lead to the game's release for Xbox as soon as possible. Connected with Giamma Games and got a great feedback that we will use to improve our processes. Look forward to working with them to bring a Notria Last Song to Xbox. There it is. Yeah, Gastavani, yeah. People attacked developer and defended Microsoft. Yeah, I think that the previous which game was the previous case? I forgot. Also was like a week or two ago. Yeah, the Rabbit fans are insane, dude. Like you don't want to get into that. Like all this like console war veterans, they are, you know, they're way too seasoned, man. Like everything is an attempt to attack their favorite company, basically their favorite corporation. Yeah, well, I mean, they do fuck up with many recently. It's just like maybe other games before they weren't really stirring a ruckus about it. But yeah, like nowadays, there was another one. I forgot which game was that. That was like recently, like a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. There was another game also having issues. Zero, if I say. Yeah, the console fanboys you don't want to touch. Like whatever criticism you have for something, it's because, you know, like you clearly attacking their favorite console, man. You gotta protect their multi-billion company. Riot adjusts regional pricing of virtual currency across its live games, and these adjustments are necessary to combat the manipulation we are seeing in the system. Altering regional pricing is virtual currency with one country seeing increase over 70%. And better balance prices between regions. It also hopes to combat third parties exploiting methods such as VPNs and server transfers to purchase virtual currency at low prices in one region and sell it in another. League of Legends Teamfight Tactics, Runeterra, Valorant, League of Legends Wild Rift. Ukraine will experience increases of between 64 and 74% across all games. League of Legends and Teamfight Tactics specifically, Philippines will see 40% rise, while Vietnam will observe a 41% increase. The biggest drop in regional pricing is in Colombia, which will see a 16% decrease for Legends of Runeterra, which no one's probably playing there already. Oh, the heck, yeah. The heck. Some regions, significant portion or even a majority of currency purchases are made by these third parties or players from outside the region. We know these changes are especially tough for players in regions with the largest increases, and we are not thrilled about it either. The reality is that these adjustments are necessary to combat the manipulation we are seeing in the system and to ensure that everyone is playing on a level field. Our hope is that by balancing currency values more consistently across regions, we can reduce the opportunities for exploitation and maintain fairness for everyone. I don't know, man. I feel like there should be like some sort of like other ways to fight that stuff. Because like I'm pretty sure for like with such increases for a lot of people it will be just kind of like, you know, that's a nope now. And the same for me with games, for example. Like I see like modern AAA, you know, full price with no regional pricing, and I just kind of like I just can't even like justify that. Like the only one we did justify was Diablo, and that was like because it's like one in years basically, and just because we played together with friends. That was the only, and it still was like, you know, with pain. And DLC, like, only one of us is gonna be getting even. But yeah, for many people, it's just like all those regional pricing being killed is basically like just not playing. And will they stop playing now? They're just gonna go pirate and stuff when it's possible. That's how it's gonna be. The fuck raises there, right? They aren't fighting anything? I mean, they do, but they're fighting it in a weird way, yeah. You know, it's kind of like... like, for example, a lot of games on Steam are getting, like, a lot of sales from, like, Argentina and everything back in the day, or Turkey or something. Because a lot of people started VPNing to do that, to buy the games there cheaper. So... instead of trying to fight that, they just kind of, well, yeah, let's just raise the prices in Argentina in general. Yeah, they basically just kind of like, oh yeah, we have some, you know, like, we have some bandits in this area, so we're just gonna nuke it to hell, you know. That's basically the plan. And the thing is, like, that was available for years. Like, no one was, you know, like, it was always there. Like, there was nothing, you know, preventing people from doing it before. But it wasn't that, you know, widespread before for them to care about it, right? So, like, something probably happened, right? That people started doing it. So, you know, maybe the prices became so fucking crazy that people now consider the option of, like, you know, getting the VPNs and doing all this shit. Like, maybe, you know... revising the strats around, you know, your of price forming and stuff, you know. Yeah, serious, I see. A business started booming. Percentage of people trying to game the system negligible total sales. It was before. Nowadays, like some games like posted, for example, like Argentina, like 86% sales from Argentina. It's obviously not because the game was popular in Argentina, you know. I can tell for sure that, like, especially for, you know, because of the sanctions and the war and stuff, like pretty much the whole Russia moved to like Kazakhstan. On PlayStation, they all moved to Turkey. Like, everyone's buying games from Turkey, and Turkey got fucked hard with prices now, with regional prices, and that only, like, you know, like all this only made it worse. So like, instead of like trying to kind of make it harder to do this like sort of region hope thing, they just, you know, like, well, let's just fuck the local population, you know. Yeah, that's dumb. Because yeah, as I said, it's like you buying something for like 70, 80 bucks in these countries here, like, dude, like in Armenia, like people earn like 200 per month, you know. Like even here in Georgia, which is kind of like here in Batumi, right, which is like more kind of rich, I guess. The salary like in the store, for example, nearby here, in the chain store, in the supermarket, right, is like 1,000 lari per month, which is like, how much is nowadays in dollars? Like 400 bucks basically. Buying game for 80 bucks? Fuck no, dude. They ain't gonna be doing that. I mean, with regional pricing, that was reasonable. Like, regional pricing that Gaben was suggesting back in the day, that was good. Like, 2,000, for example, back home for a AAA game, that was solid. Like, it didn't feel cheap, it was still kind of, like, substantial amount, but, like, it was okay. I was fine with that. When they decided to kind of index that and made it, like, 2,500, like Red Dead Redemption 2, I think, was 2,500. Alright, fine. I took it, no problems. And now, yeah, it's like 4,000, 5,000, you know, like, or even more with like 80 bucks games. Like, sometimes it's like full price, basically. Like, dude, no, nope. So yeah, it's not the way you should solve this problem, in my opinion. There should be like better checks in place then for, you know, like that residency and everything. Like even I don't know, like if it's the only thing that to prevent, you know, like to provide the regional pricing, like some sort of confirmation, you know, kind of like PayPal and stuff does, like send proof, you know, like the utility bills, you know, like rent contract or something that you live in this country, on top of your having the payment method from that country and stuff, and sure, there you go, do it. Radical, sure, but like at least, you know, if you want to preserve, if you don't want to provide that, fine, no regional price for you then. Maybe there are better methods, sure. It would be nice if they would try instead of just nuking regional price completely, because it's just gonna be like the rise in piracy and stuff like that, and like, why? Well, I mean, for Riot it's whatever, they just have skins and everything there, so it's not like people are gonna bother with that shit anyway. But like for video games in general, yeah, that's gonna be like the rise in those things. Yeah? And that 80 bucks is the poor man's version. Yep, exactly. I mean, it shouldn't be like limited too much, in my opinion, right? Like the freedom and everything, it should be there. But like if you aim for some specific like bonuses and everything that are region like centered, then well, yeah, provide like the payment systems like that, like PayPal and everything. You know, they not just kind of like rely on like, oh yeah, guys, I'm here because I use VPN and stuff, right? They also need you to have like the bank account from that specific country, and they also need you to provide proof that you're in that country residing, which PayPal actually haven't asked for me yet. I was surprised. I just hope they're not gonna do it like way too delayed, because I already prepared all the papers. Like by the time they will ask me for that stuff, it will be outdated. I will need to get new papers or something. That's the issue that I say. Oh yeah, you have that save. Yeah, true, true. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Especially if we kind of want to go for something, you know, like the actual kind of like owning of the game, for example, and stuff, right? All those things. I mean, that even makes more sense. that, you know, you kind of like have some sort of like your personal person attached to that, so you actually buy that stuff and own that stuff also on top of that. And that is a confirmation that you live there and you're eligible for the regional pricing. It ain't that simple actually anyway. Like if you want to change the region on Steam and stuff, it's not just VPN. Just VPN is not going to be enough. You need to have the payment methods that also eligible for that country. Like I switched my region, right? Like I needed to use my like Armenian card. Needed to, you know, add the info from Armenia and use my Armenian card. And like the fact that people are ready to go and jump those hoops, like my friend, like on, like my friend buying like PlayStation stuff in Turkey now, and like basically they have like some bank account there that they made with virtual card. They can only top up that virtual card through fucking cryptocurrency peer-to-peer exchange. You know, so basically just to buy fucking video games, they go through all this like clown fiesta. But then in their case, because, well, yet from back there, they can't buy anymore. On PlayStation, that's the only option for them. But some people actually like do that just to save some money. Then, like, you know, clearly that something is probably wrong with the price in the first place. Because before, no one was doing that. That option was always there. You could always do it, like, years ago. But no one really bothered. Like, I remember, like, when I started, like, you know, like, hanging out, like, on Discord and stuff, and, like, 2016 and stuff. And people were like, oh man, you have like such like low prices in Russia and stuff. Maybe I should try the VPN. I'm like, nah, it's not gonna be enough just VPN. You need like more stuff to do it. Alright, whatever, fuck it then. And nowadays people go and do it. So like, you know, something changed. Something clearly changed. So instead of trying to look into it properly, they just kind of like nuke the whole region prices, you know. So like all those people from like Argentina or Turkey or somewhere else are now just, you know, basically resorting to piracy because they can't fucking afford it. Microsoft slams Apple fee, says it can't monetize its cloud gaming services as a result. Apple's IAP commission fee is set at a level that is neither economically sustainable nor justifiable. And Microsoft is also an Apple's ass. Well, they already won in the EU though. Yeah, developers, they can use separate stores and stuff on in European Union, which is a big W in my book. Japan's National Museum of Nature and Science adds a PlayStation 2 to Future Technology Heritage Registry. It's the first console celebrated for its cultural impact. I mean, not false, not false. I don't know, it's kind of hard to like, you know, like to specifically put some kind of console in there because, no, I guess kind of as the first one, I guess you can put it there because like a lot of them really kind of, you know, didn't impact. Add ROMs to the heritage, yeah. Companies can be mega with personal if that happens, yep, that is true. That happens quite a lot, sadly. Timber Games reopens as independent studio. Vancouver-based developer retained its brand following studio closure by Sumo in June. Supported studio transition to independence. Studio also partnered with Studio Capital Management for its business development. Them already got another corpo on board though with them. Nice. Timber was shut down in June as part of Suba Group's layoff that saw 15% of its workforce being made redundant. Yeah, now they already gonna be working with another corpo for that. Surely that will go better this time. SAG Ultra secures a first AI protection deal for actors with a Lightspeed LA. Union members are now able to work on Tencent-owned studio's debut game, Lost Sentinel, despite ongoing strikes. Interesting. So with Tencent, actually. Lightspeed LA is the first games company to sign a new agreement protecting against this, meaning performance represented by the union can now work with the studio despite ongoing strikes. Lightspeed LA always recognized and valued the irreplaceable role of talent, which injects creativity, innovation, and a human touch into video games. Supporting our cast is the right thing to do, and there was never any hesitation to consider the performer protections that anchor this agreement. That's nice. That's nice. Previously negotiated with Activision, Blindlight, Disney, Electronic Arts, Formosa Interactive, Insomnia, Llama Productions, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWork Productions, and Warner Brothers Games. Only agreed with these guys. Interesting. Does the rise of expand-alone games mean the end of a big DLC? Damn, son. A recent spate of expansions that have been reimagined as full games. Dying Light the Beast instead of DLC for Dying Light 2. Assassin's Creed Mirage from Ubisoft was originally conceived as an expansion for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, according to reports, was initially planned as an expansion for Modern Warfare 2 before. The idea of shorter semi-sequels and expand-alone games is nothing remotely new. Approach has led to some truly iconic games such as Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, GTA Vice City, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, and Fallout New Vegas. If you think about it, like, I wouldn't really say that it was like DLC evolved, but yeah, they did reuse a lot of stuff for that. Let's see, stay, let's see. Yeah, not false. That's not false. That is not false. Developers' perspective, some of the problems that the industry faces right now is that games get bigger and bigger. They have bigger budgets, they take more time to produce. You have 500 people working on a game for 5 years, and in the end it might actually not be that successful. So for developers, I think there is also some kind of an allure in spending less time, less money, less people on creating something that players will like. It gives you those shorter development cycles and also the ability to try different things. Well, I mean, it is indeed quite alluring though. You know. Less money, less time, less people, but then getting pretty much paid the same. Ask some studios the same very question. Let's see. Shadow Dare 3, alright, sure. No, CD Projekt. So where are the answers for the studios, huh? You asked them, but what about it there? What about it? A limiting audience DLC like Cyberpunk 77 Phantom Liberty actually lengthens the life cycle of the game, creates more stable, consistent revenue, and affords the company more time to invest in their next major RPG epic. The thing is also like why I think that it's also kind of like the trend. The problem of that is that they are bigger than DLC, sure, but they also way more expensive than DLC because a lot of that stuff basically they still sell for the full premium price anyway. So you sort of, you know, pay for something that is like a couple of DLCs of size, you still need to pay, you know, like the full game price. That is not right. Like, I don't think that that trend is rising because, you know, they want to, shorten the development cycle. Well, they want to shorten development cycles, but not because they want to provide gamers with, like, some, like, more frequent but cheaper and smaller, you know, projects. Yeah, they want more frequent, they want smaller, they want easier, but they want still the same price, though. That's the main problem. Or maybe like $10 discount or something. So like in that sense, I do rather take like a DLC, you know, because at least you're gonna pay reasonable amount of money for the appropriate amount of content. Well, usually, hopefully, right? But yeah, the price is the main problem. So like we'll see how much that beast will cost there. We'll see about that one, because like Call of Duty, for example, Modern Warfare 3 is a bad example, right? Because that was the one with like 4-hour campaign that you actually still paid like 70-80 bucks for, and that's ridiculous. Mirage, I think, was kind of alright though, right? Morales was also 80, alright. Yeah, that is not good. Like when it's actually small and priced accordingly, I would take that gladly. Like I mentioned even, I think like last week or something, that like I would rather take, you know, like two, like for example, like two like 20 hours games for 50 bucks each than like one big 40, 50, 60 hours game for like 100 bucks. Mirage is 50. That's at least is kind of reasonable, I guess. That at least is kind of not too bad. Street Fighter 6 reaches 4 million units sold. Capcom's latest entry in the fighting franchise, originally released in June 2023. Well, yeah, for something like Electronic Arts or something, that would be a failure, man. Fail, cancel, lay off everyone. I think that 50 sounds cheap now, yeah. Well, not cheap, I say, like it's reasonable for what it is, but yeah, in comparison to other things, of course. Developers behind 80 games signed deals with SAG Aftra. Ark Survival Evolved, Creator Studio Wildcard, and Vampire Therapist Dev Little Bat among those working with Union. So they're getting more. They're getting more. 80 upcoming games. Now those video game companies signing our tiered budget and interim agreements. Not only are they doing the right thing by their workers, they're also helping to preserve the human art, ingenuity, and creativity that fuels interactive storytelling. That's a lot, that's nice. Yeah, Mirage, I heard it was kind of like solid in terms of amount of content and everything, so yeah, that does kind of sound fair to me. And people in general, I think, kind of liked Mirage though, right? Like the reception was decent. Like the price, length, everything was kind of like just right. Yeah, Miles Morales, I'm not sure actually. How was that? I'm not sure how was that. It was 10 hours and a lot of recycled stuff. Alright. I see, so I see. Raccoon Logic, let people own the game they bought. Alex Hutchinson and Reed Schneider say microtransactions are not a healthy way to keep games alive. Damn, what a twist. The modern world, to make your money back, often you do need to keep re-releasing it. Having a way to get it out there again in 6 months or a year, maybe updated, maybe on new platforms, all this sort of stuff means that you keep the game alive, and so you give yourself a better chance for success there. Consensus among major games firms seems to be that microtransactions and other forms of generating recurrent consumer spending are the way to keep games alive. To this, Hutchinson said, yeah, well, I don't think it's a healthy way to do it. AI is taking jobs from people and I think it's soulless, and then microtransactions are nickel and diming people. Why not just sell them something authentically instead of trying to get every last cent out of them? Let people own the game that they bought. No DRM, no AI content, no metaverse, no microtransactions. Damn, Corpo is already hunting him down. Like any good joke, it has a little bit of a barb in it. Those are the things in the industry that we don't like. We have a crazy plan to release our game, charge you money for it, and then give it to you. I don't know if it's gonna work, but that is the hope. If you look at the healthiest company in games, it's Nintendo, and they never discount or do weird stuff. They sell you the game. So all this nonsense that all these other companies have done and worked up a fury have not worked, and they've put themselves in the race to the bottom in terms of pricing. Selling people a game is not a bad thing. Yeah, I wanted to back then stay, but never really got to it. For 80 euro you'd feel scammed, I see. Companies have to come up with the alternative models because development cost has gotten so high. The reality is a few years ago you couldn't do anything that wasn't free to play if you were taking a meeting with an investor and so on. And what we're seeing right now is this really interesting, almost like backpedaling on that, where the games that were going to be free to play now are going to charge. Not that we are the smartest folk in the room, but our goal is to do what we think is right, do what we think that we're gonna be generous to customers, do the right thing, and hope it works. If you think about it, lots of companies are trying to find like cheap ways to get cash instead of the authentic way. In the old days, lots of people would make money just selling games. In the free-to-play model or the game-as-a-service model, only a couple of people make all the money. It's winner takes all, and I don't think that's good. I'd rather have a variety of games succeed. The Savage Planet one. A Journey to the Savage Planet. Now they have another one, the second one in the work. Yeah, the Revenge of the Savage Planet. Spider's leadership announces audit of working conditions at the studio. Leadership at the studio also confirms salary increases and remote working guarantees following a strike among the staff. So something was wrong. Minimum salary at the French studio will rise 11%, aligning with the requests of the union delegation. That's in addition to salary increases of 6.1% that had been previously voted. These increases were decided as part of the studio's mandatory annual negotiations, with 2025 edition due to take place at the end of this year. Our understanding is that they are not a reaction to last week's open letter, with the studio representative confirming that these annual negotiations were due to take place regardless of the strike and had been ongoing for weeks. In addition, company said it has no intention to change the working arrangements of employees who are currently working remotely full-time, as this was one of workers' demands. Spiders further said that it's launching an audit of working conditions and environment at the studio, including an assessment of psychosocial risks. For several months, Spiders management has been engaged in discussions with staff representatives aiming to reach structuring agreement for the studio future. Social dialogue has been at a standstill due to the radical positions expressed by union. The radical position. So they did get some goodies for themselves there. Does the Digital Markets Act mean for mobile game developers? The expert from law firm break down new regulations. Alright, so European Union got the new stuff. A new regulatory level up to existing competition law rules in the European Union. Mission to ensure fairness online and contestability in digital markets by curbing the power of a select group of digital platforms, so-called gatekeepers. Its weapon of choice, a prescriptive new rulebook targeting designated core platform services, essential online services such as mobile app stores or operating systems of these gatekeepers. Rules are also backed up by hefty fining powers for failure to comply, up to 10% of a firm's global turnover or 20% for repeat offenders. Damn son. Gatekeeper designations. Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, ByteDance, Meta, Microsoft. Core platform services, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, ICS, WhatsApp, Messenger, Google Maps, Google Play, Google Shopping, Amazon Marketplace, App Store, Meta Marketplace, Ads, Google, Amazon, Meta Browser, Chrome, Safari, Operating System, Google Android, iOS, Windows, PC, OS, Search, Google Search, Video Sharing, YouTube. From the video game perspective, a most immediate impact of the DMA is likely to be in mobile gaming. Designation include Apple and Google mobile app stores, as well as their mobile operating systems. What are they gonna do with operating systems, though? Or mythology, man. Not sure, not sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have some new stuff. We'll have some new stuff next week, and then it's almost time already. Which day is gonna be already? Yeah, week after next week gonna be Judero. Then it's gonna be probably I'm gonna get the Frostpunk. We'll see maybe the Greedfall early access. The Greedfall early access, I'm probably just gonna do like a couple of hours though. I think because of the early access, I'm not gonna go like too much with it, but I might do a little bit of it. We'll see, just to kind of show. Mythology visiting Pronti, it could be, it could be. Cyberpunk DLC, and that one kind of there somewhere, yeah, but that one is totally not in the high priority, dude. That's for sure. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe some of the mythology will return for like Boomerthon or something. Could be, could be. Well, I get it then even because I wanted to play it. But then, you know, I got carried away by some other things. And then I kind of didn't really want to play it. And then there's more things to play, you know. There's just way too many things to play, dude. I'm trying to like fit everything, but yeah, it kind of goes in, you know, priorities. Is what you say to the backlog? Yep, that's the thing. Like I have like the backlog is huge. There's like so much things to play. I even keep some of the games usually like still installed because, you know, I kind of wouldn't mind playing some more. You know, like Tactical Breach Wizards was good. I would done some more. Well, Speed Freak sadly just like no one's playing anymore. Otherwise I would. That I need to play. That's for next week. Demon Loop was nice. I'll play some more. Age of Mythology. Space Marine I haven't finished yet. Star Trucker is nice. Well, this Space Marine rather. Corpus X next week also. Yeah, Better One's Blood I also like kept because I thought like I had like one chapter left there. Maybe even. Cat Quest 3 I even had installed still. Yeah, Northern Cataclysmo I didn't finish either. Gestalt, like, dude. Go to the engine also. I need to get to the game dev too, you know. And Ultan's game is also coming in like a couple of months too, you know. That's the thing. You just constantly going, man. Like Autumn, at least I gotta have a little more time to play everything. But then again, I kind of also want to return to get the game dev going. So like all the bonus time that will appear, just gonna go there. Yeah, I need to get the Stalker before the Stalker 2 is out. True. I need to get a KCD before the KCD 2 is out. Also true. Ultan gonna get Pronti. Ultan is like a roguelike though, so it's not like you kind of Pronti that. Like roguelike, I don't mind. Like roguelikes, I just play some and ditch some. It feels natural with those, you know. You do a run and kind of like, all right, you can decide when you say stop. Still need to start Thaumaturge. Yep, there is so much. There is so much. Didn't touch Might and Magic. Might and Magic I also kind of want because, you know, next spring or whatever was that? Like, which quarter was that? Quarter 2 or something? The Heroes of Might and Magic, you know. The old era and everything also out. Like, it's insane. Like, the only calm time pretty much somewhat is like the holidays pretty much, right? Like at the end of the year, early next year is gonna be somewhat chill, but that's exactly why I'm doing Boomerthon in those times because, you know, it's chill. Everyone's kind of like, you know, celebrating and having vacations and stuff. So that's when I'm Boomerathoning and there's like plenty of stuff to Boomerthon too. So it's crazy, man. It's crazy. November is like, yeah, like Ragnarok. I thought November will be kind of empty and I will do Ragnarok right into Boomerthon. Path of Exile 2 and stuff. Stalker 2 also, you know. It's crazy. It's nice when you get something like Space Marine, right? Like I basically like last week, well, this week actually, right? Like this week actually feels insane. Like I felt like I played Fallout London God knows when, but it was like less than a week ago on Monday, right? Because, well, I had no day offs, and it also was like, you know, Star Tracker. It was like Space Marine 1 full playthrough. Space Marine 2 also like a couple of hours left already, you know. That felt chunky, that felt, you know, like a good progress. Like with the games that are like in 10-20 hours range, I like that. And then you get some like massive things that just kind of like, you know, take a while to get through, man. Take a while. Age of Mythology I can go later for maybe at least finishing one campaign or something. But I kind of had my fun. I kind of like... It was nice. It was really nice. It's a really good remaster. I love it. I love it. I might get some more maybe for Boomerthon. We'll see. Because Boomerthon will have probably a lot of Might and Magicking. And I usually try to implement some strategies in. That might be kind of time for that. To continue Age of Mythology. Alright, so DMA more was there. Alternative app stores, gonna be happening. Most prominent changes brought by DMA. Alt Store, a Mac OS setup. Epic Game Store have already released an iOS, with Microsoft's own mobile store still in the works. Fair and reasonable access to app stores. Mobile gatekeepers must now allow a fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory general conditions of access to their app stores. A greater flexibility on how game developers' content and services can be offered and purchased. Significant opportunity and flexibility in how game developer content is offered. Off-platform offers and content. Mobile gatekeepers must allow developers free of charge to tell their users in-app to offers available outside of the gatekeepers ecosystem. I would never finish anything. I mean, I do kind of set Fallout 76. I already ditched it though. Like, I kind of like did for a few months actually. I was keeping up with that. I was. Even like at Fortnite, I farmed for the Fallout, for the power armor and stuff. It wasn't like that crazy long though, but still. So yeah, I was kind of trying to keep up with that for a little. And I was kind of thinking about maybe doing it in this update, but yeah, I'm gonna skip this update. Maybe the next one with the ghouls and stuff, I probably will. But I kind of also like a little burnout, I guess. So like I don't even want to return really that much. I do kind of still have it, and I still kind of tune in once a week just to get like the bonus plan. Like once a week you do expedition, you get like a free plan to drop. So I kind of like once a week I try to just join and do that stuff, I guess. Hey Gulshan, doing good. How are you, man? Yes, Dave, yeah. Yeah, like the Fallout London is amazing, for example, but yeah, sometimes you do kind of feel like, oh yeah, I could be playing KCD and stuff and preparing for the second game, and now I'm playing this like, you know, Fallout mod, and it is kind of, you know, like done and gone. But it's nice though. It's a nice mod. We'll hope on it tomorrow, even though tomorrow I will still take like 2-3 hours at the end of the stream probably just to finish the Space Marine 2 though. Access to alternative payment services, so you know, don't need to use the Google stuff and the Apple stuff anymore. A greater control protection for mobile gamers and mobile game developers over their data, and silence on game developers' data. Gatekeepers forbidden from using non-public information obtained from developers through the use of their CPS to compete against those mobile developers. Data portability. The driving lesson. Nice, Gursha, nice. Gonna get the license. Good luck, good luck. Great developer access to user data. Rulebook brings new opportunities for game development. Interoperability requirement. Mobile gatekeepers are now required to provide game developers with free of charge, effective interoperability with and access to the same operating system, hardware, or software features that are available to or used by that gatekeeper. Mobile game developers are able to create games that can be fully integrated into Gatekeeper's operating system, resulting in a better gaming experience. Alright. Browser engine choice. Also now required to remove policies that force developers to only build web experiences on their devices using the Gatekeeper's proprietary browser engine. Damn, son. Guardians of the Galaxy? Nah, not really. At some point I kind of thought that maybe I could, but like, nah, not really. Just doesn't really click. Maybe at some point we'll see, but yeah, not really. National competition authorities, the German Federal Cartel Office, proactively seek niches to drive their own enforcement of digital platforms. Germany introduced a rule enabling FCCO to designate companies as having paramount importance for competition across markets. Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, and Meta have all been designated in this way, whereas the designation process is still ongoing for Microsoft. Germany already ahead of that. Let's see. Again, European Union with some good regulations, man. Feels good, Concord may have only sold 25,000 copies, analysts say. Man, I mean, could be, but yeah, that sounds like... Oof. That sounds like it was a gig-oof, man. That makes it not so surprising that way, though, why it disappeared. Streamers return to Twitch as YouTube exclusivity contracts expire. God, that'll be a bunch of that going on. Like, Twitch is not anymore, you know, doing the exclusivity contracts. I think other platforms also... Well, I mean, there are some that are still kind of trying, but yeah. I'm not sure if that will also continue for long. Like, Rumble, I think, had some exclusivity stuff. Kick had some weird exclusivity where you can also, like, stream everywhere anyway. Yeah, everyone's, like, trying to start the cross-streaming there, yeah. Everyone's trying to cross-stream now. They do. They're not the German ads, too. Insane. Phil Spencer regrets passing on Destiny and Guitar Hero. A worst game choice decision. I passed on some of the worst, like made some of the worst game choice decision. He never secured Destiny effectively at Xbox, missing the opportunity to make it an Xbox exclusive. He admitted it didn't click with him when he played it. It took months for him to be swayed by Destiny, which at the time was naturally close to Microsoft thanks to Bungie being under the firm's umbrella. Then spoke about dropping the ball with Guitar Hero because he didn't think the concept would work. An interesting one is when this team came down to Redmond and Alex Rigopoulos, he pitches a game where they're actually going to make plastic guitars and they're going to plug into consoles and then they're going to sell tracks where they're going to play Simon on this guitar, and I'm like, really? Do we really think that's going to work? Destiny didn't vibe, yeah. To be honest, probably wouldn't vibe with me. You know, but that's not like... A lot of things probably wouldn't vibe with me, but that doesn't mean there's bad games commercially, you know. Activision ultimately picked up both Destiny and Guitar Hero from a publishing perspective, and both became remarkably successful titles. Well, and now Microsoft bought Activision anyway, so who won in the end, though? And that's the real question, I guess. Well, in the end, Bobby won, though. He's the one who's probably chilling with all those billions. And Bobby always wins, yeah. Dodged the bullet with how bloated Bungie's was, I guess. Now can do bad choices for Activision as revenge. True. PlayStation set to get 1,300 classic games with Antstream Arcade. Damn, son. Either a yearly subscription or a one-time purchase that includes lifetime access. For the lifetime access, a one-time payment of $100, a yearly subscription costs $40, and you get all the boomer games, man. The Antstream Arcade features games from systems like NES, Sega Genesis, Atari, and more. 1,357 games available, with 2 new games added to the catalog each week. Some of those games include Bubble Bobble, Pac-Man, Metal Slug, and more. If you don't have PlayStation and want to check out the service, Antstream Arcade is also available PC, Xbox, and mobile. And the quality boomer stuff. Yeah, the service with like the store for the boomer shit. But looks like not really the store because you just kind of like get the access. Black Myth Wukong isn't delayed due to Xbox platform limitations, Microsoft confirms. Team is excited about the launch of Black Myth Wukong on the Xbox Series XS and are working with Game Science to release the game on their platforms. Representative added that they would prefer not to comment on deals made by their partners with other platform holders. However, they can confirm that delay is not due to the Xbox platform limitations. So basically they kind of hinting that there was some sort of PlayStation exclusivity going. Lost Microsoft W? Starfield. Boog. Actually, hard to say, man. Hard to say. Football Manager 25 delayed again. Features removed. Damn, even Foodie Manager suffering. Shift official announcement. A gameplay focus period will follow soon thereafter. Target launch date moved accordingly and now scheduled for late November rather than our usual early November slot. Removing the ball there, yeah. Couple of features being removed, International management being removed, Looking at where it was at this point in development, was decided it was going to release wouldn't reach the company's initial quality threshold. You can get it for free actually on Epic, I think still. The Foodie Manager 24. Also considered available game data, only 5.6% of all FM24 PC saves have used the mode, which we feel validates our view that we need to do much better with the experience. Number is even smaller on console. For all other versions, international management will return in a much more feature-rich way to FM26. Not a removed feature isn't the major one, but a removal nonetheless. Player weights will no longer be visible within profile and close the game. Damn, son. Feels bad, man. How do you know now how much they weight? Sony CFO says a company doesn't have enough IP. The fuck? When it's for games, films, or anime, we don't have that much IP that we fostered from the beginning. We are lacking the early phase of IP, and that's an issue for us. Sony has been better at finding a global audience for content that have already become popular in their home market. At the standpoint, Sony has a number of original active IPs for PlayStation. Franchises such as God of War, Horizon, Uncharted continue to be successful for Sony first-party developers. The company also has a number of dormant first-party titles like Bloodborne, Killzone, SOCOM, Resistance, and more. Yeah, they have a lot of series that are dead now. Black Myth Wukong has earned almost $1 billion gross revenue on Steam, data claims. I mean, not surprising. 76% of all players hail from China. It's also kind of like approximate calculations, looks like, but yeah. Does seem like it was quite big there. And the monkey is very pog indeed. Balatro Mobile launching in September. And that's gonna be probably a blast for people, holy. Google Play, App Store and Apple Arcade. About Epic Store Mobile. Very nice. Baldur's Gate 3 Patch 7 with mod support is live on PC, so they got even more stuff for like the evil endings and everything, and the mod support now too. The game is gonna be even more massive, dude. Insane. Sony teases PlayStation 5 Pro design in 30th anniversary image. Really? Difficulties to spot if you didn't know what you were looking. The outline of PlayStation Pro, which is easily recognizable thanks to the multiple lines in the middle of the console. Ah, alright. I guess we'll see. Console will soon be announced. Well, they are saying that there's gonna be the state of play or something in September, right? So maybe. Concord isn't done yet. It's still appearing in secret level. Yeah, that we were talking earlier today. Still gonna be in the show. Yeah, if it's gonna be still Dead Gear and nothing announced for it, that will be kinda awkward, I guess. Oh yeah, the Tokyo Game Show, true. Creative PlayStation gonna do a talk there. Ah, I see. Spectre Divide reduces cosmetic skin price from $90 to $70 after backlash. Oof. Reduce cosmetic skin prices by 17-25% following criticism that they are too high. Still face criticism for the move and the skin price is way too high. Yeah, for that price, at which you can buy a fully fledged AAA title, you'll get 4 very basic weapon camos and an axe melee weapon, which is still just a cosmetic overhaul to a knife. Like, dude, $70 for that. Like, but what's even like? It's kind of like some Starfield weapons here. To be honest, like the style and colors and stuff, like something you would see like in Starfield or some shit, like some generic, you know, basically kind of tactical shit. The game's next bundle, named the Medusa bundle, is cheaper but will still set you back $34. Dude, ridiculous. Buy food and part of the rent, yeah. Like, if you kind of like go from with the logic, you know, like a game is free to play, but you like enjoy it, you play it a lot, and you kind of like consider supporting it by paying kind of like AAA price, right? But then like there should be some better offer for that, to be honest, you know, like more chunky offer for that, I feel. But microtransactions are micro, yep. Yeah, that's actually kind of like ridiculous, I agree. Like, some of the prices are just like, you look at them and like, dude, why? There's like a Diablo, for example, like the Leatherman outfit that was only for Rogue, basically, if I remember correct. That was $20. I wanted to get it maybe for memes, and then I see $20 just for one class and stuff. I mean, $20 for even for all the classes. For the skin, it's just too much. Okay, I'm okay with like skin being like $5 or something, you know, especially in something like Diablo. When you like barely see it, it's kind of like, you know, zoomed out and everything anyway, like. Still hasn't thought of $70 of content, I guess, yeah. I'm kind of like waiting for the Fiesta with the expansion though. Because like adding rune wards and everything, it's only for DLC users apparently. Like, dude, that's gonna be interesting. You know, when you kind of want to play the season and without DLC, you basically kind of like handicapped. That's just like, bro, the fuck. $5 horse armor, yeah. Yeah, Space Marine 2 already has over 130,000 concurrent players on Steam. Yep, just like saw it recently. Insane. See window, I say. Dr. Disrespect returns to streaming to explain his side of the story. Damn, he back, man. Insane. 240,000 viewers. Yeah, like I saw some people like, you know, kind of like doing mental gymnastics about this, and it's just like, dude, I'm like, you just like this getting disappointed in humanity more and more. But like he said, like, maybe there are some quotes here, I think. I guess nothing else. But yeah, basically, like, whatever he posted as a admittance of guilt, sorta, he did it apparently to troll journalists and stuff. Like, dude, like, who is that fucking dumb? Like, yeah, dude, with like a shitload of sponsorships, right? Like the public person and everything would be risking his image and, you know, like losing all the sponsorship to troll the journalists. Yeah, right, dude. I'm gonna trust that. I'm gonna trust that, of course. Like, people like with no critical thinking probably only like buying all this shit and still like going like full protect mode over the guy. Like, yeah, cool story, man. innocent because he's not jailed yet, he won't show the DMs. The thing is, like, showing DMs is also not gonna solve anything. Like, seeing this, like, you know, mental gymnastics and maneuvers, it's not gonna change a thing. Like, he shows DMs, like, they might be, like, you know, edited and stuff. Like, the only way to show, basically, is to request the source from Twitch. And whatever Twitch will provide, everyone out of his, you know, like, a ride or die crowd, they're gonna say that it's all edited and stuff like that, and no one will be like, it's not gonna change anything. Like, people who already understand who he is, they like already understand. Those who don't, they not gonna, most likely. They already kind of like gone too deep in the sauce, you know. Yeah, sure, he probably is not criminal, because otherwise he most likely would be sitting in jail. But does it make it the right to do, like, have, like, first of all, like, if you're almost 40 years old, why you even fucking have, you know, conversations leaning into inappropriate with the teenagers of any year, even if it's like some people cope it's like 17, like, dude, if you're like almost 40 with family and kid, like, why are you like even like having that kind of conversation with 17-year-old person, you know, like, why in the first place? And yeah, just the fact that it's like second time pretty much he was about to like cheat on his wife and stuff with that way, or like was kind of comprehending that's already like, it doesn't mean that he's a criminal or something, just a shit human being. Like, you want to watch and enjoy his content, like, who cares, whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of, like, you know, movies made by shit people and songs written by shit people that you still watch and listen, like, whatever, you know, do it, just don't protect him. That's it. It's that simple. Like, you don't need to die on that hill just to, like, enjoy his content. Whatever. That's just about it. See. I mean, like, being at that age, like 20 and stuff, right? And, like, dating, like, you know, like 17, like, years old, like, age of consent already, by the way, to girls. That was one only, right? And that was already kind of, like, weird. Because, like, honestly, like, but, like, I was always kind of like with girls that like older than me, just because it's like more like interesting, even like that was more interesting to communicate when I was like 17. I had a girlfriend that was 23, because like it was kind of like the mental compatibility was better, because I'm kind of like was more into like, you know, kind of conversations, like we could discuss books and stuff, you know, and everything. Like, it's not about older women, it's just that like below some age range is just kind of like, why? It's just like the person with completely different interests, with like completely different, you know, like goals and like how you say, like aspirations, I guess, in life. They just kind of starting, right? They need to study. Like, we basically broke up with the girl just because she needed to like attend university and everything, you know. So, like, they need to study, they have, like, different things in their heads. Those men want to fuck, no date? I don't know, like, I kind of, like, I don't, like, when I judge person, girl, let's say, right? Like, I don't just like judge it as like a soulless, empty, just piece of meat to fuck or something. Like, my brain just refuses to work like that. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I just kind of like find it weird, you know. That's why you need to kind of like have less, you know, shit going, even, and like in terms of your DMs and everything, and a little bit of control of that. Yeah, I mean, he could, like, if he is into like younger ones and stuff, he could, you know, yeah, go for someone, you know, like at least you know, in the it still would be weird for a guy with like family and everything, right? It's still not criminal, and but still would be kind of weird, and people would criticize him for it. Always 5-year difference in most cases, with men being older. It's kind of like oftentimes that's the case. Like older duty is kind of like standard, I think, more or less, but not that much. Like usually, it kind of depends. Like my dad with his current wife is like older her than not by 2 years, and my mom's husband actually younger than her, I think by 2 years or something. So they kind of like, the range is like that. 10 years older. I mean, it kind of depends also, obviously. Like, you know, like I'm like 35, for example, right? Already. Like 25 girl for me would be probably still kind of interesting, and in my opinion, acceptable too. Like if you're 25 and it's 15, that's a wrong one. Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And as I said, that would be like completely ridiculous though, because like even 17-year-old girl was like when I was like 19, 20, I think 20 probably. When was that? That was the last year of it was the year I turned 20, but I was 19 still, so it was 2 years difference. But it still kind of felt like, yeah, that was like just like even going and talking, and you just kind of understand that there's like the best topic to talk about was basically like, oh, how was, you know, like studies, you know, how was the university preparation and stuff like that. That was the best topic basically, because everything else, all other interests are just kind of non-existent. To each their own, as long as it is illegal, just don't be stupid about it. I mean, yeah, as long as it's legal. True. And I mean, he's not getting like in jail or something, right? So like, it was age of consent. Even though like in different states, if it's different age of consent, but like the oldest would be 17. And that's still weird. Still weird. Not illegal, but weird. Especially for the guy of that age and of that, you know, position in life and like family and everything. As I said, like you don't need to like, you know, stop watching him because of that or something. If you like the content, it's just like you don't need to like try to protect and die on that hill on the internet, you know, over the some random guy who doesn't even know your name. Just that's just weird. And if someone doesn't want to or something watch, like that's their choice. Like they don't need to go and like try to attack them or something. Also having a daughter, yeah, pretty sure he wouldn't be like very happy if his daughter at 17 would start dating or like wanted to like or chatting at least, you know, the guy in close to 40s with family. Probably wouldn't be, you know, his dream potential husband or something for his daughter. So yeah, weird stuff. And like all the defense rolling is kind of weird too. Like I was trolling journalists. Like the fuck, dude, you're not trolling journalists. Like I'm pretty sure like what happened, he needed to kind of actually, you know, post some sort of like it was about to come out because like the shit started, you know, going. His business partners started digging, and they would find, right? Because like all the NDAs, they are not protecting if commercial interests are involved. So they would find what happened really, no matter what, right? So he kind of just went ahead and said, because, you know, like, why not? They would find, why hiding it? Just go honest way, basically. Maybe also wasn't expecting that people go, you know, that ham about it. And then now that he already like done with all the business, you know, partners, they all kind of like cut ties and everything. Now he's kind of like not obligated to say or do anything, and he can just backtrack basically and pretend nothing happened. And that's what he's doing, in my opinion. That's why he deleted the statement, and now pretending it's all kind of like, you know, nothing actually happened. All right, cool story, bro. Just the sad part that a lot of people are actually buying it and like, I don't know, lack critical thinking and stuff to understand like what happened. Weird. Everything's like fabricated by Twitch and stuff. Like, dude, you're crazy, man. they caught like the money maker and even lost the lawsuit with him and lost even more money to him. Yeah, sure, they would just, you know, kind of like want to fabricate some dumb shit about him. Let's see, so I see. Yeah, what a poor father, yeah. Yeah, imagine being like in his family and everything, like, dude. Images of Blizzard's cancelled survival game Odyssey leak online. So they are somewhere there. I assume like they kind of removed them all. On Russian social media site, alright. I was there even. Series of tools and weapon in their possession. Highly customizable. But that one is gone. That one is gone. Yes, there is a link. They could have like back in the day. You know what? That would actually maybe even kind of explain partially why they cancelled it. January 2024 they cancelled it. Nah, not really. In 2023 they kind of started talking about it. 2024 cancelled them. I was thinking it kind of like, you know, because of like the war and sanctions and stuff, and they had like some sort of like outsourced team from Russia working on it, or like some artists and stuff on the outsource, so they decided to kind of just cut it because it would be like cheaper to cut it rather than like trying to move them all to like some other country or something. Everwild Obsidian game? Nah, I don't think so. Is some like project or something? I don't remember actually. It's something new, I think, or wasn't it? No, I don't think it's Obsidian one. Oh, could be, alright. Don't think it was Obsidian though, probably. Don't remember. Early development gameplay of Crazy Taxi reboot leaks online. And then there's more. Well, I mean, not gonna because can get like some claims there and stuff. 33-second clip to his profile. Early development footage that was captured in 2022. It was rare, alright. Oh yeah, I remember that one now, alright. A multiplayer elements showcasing. The open world multiplayer Crazy Taxi. That'd been right in. Rockstar Games reportedly offered $7,500 to use a banned song in GTA 6. Recently contacted by my publishers on behalf of Rockstar Games, read the possibility of using Temptation on the new GTA 6. Naturally excited about the immense wealth that was about to head my way, I scrolled to the bottom of the email, the offer. It was $7,500 for a buyout of 80 future royalties from the game forever. To put this in context, GTA 6, where meant GTA 5 here, grossed, wait for it, 8.6 billion. But think of the exposure, go fuck yourself. I mean, yeah, he's not false. He's not false. He is actually right here. 7.k for any future royalties. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like actually getting there in the radio of GTA, that will be like insane advertisement for someone. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like some, you know, publishers or someone would actually even like want to like pay to, you know, to put their shit in the game probably. But still, like if they approach you with that offer of $7,000, that's just kind of like, dude, what the fuck? Remember songs from GTA 5? Yeah, GTA 5 actually, I don't think so. Like GTA, like San Andreas, I remember stuff. GTA 4, I remember stuff. Well, I mean, Vladivostok FM, basically, you know. I remember those because, you know, I heard those already somewhat, so. But yeah, I think some of that stuff actually put some things on the radar, though, so. I do think it might be quite massive, but 7,500, if they want your stuff, right, already, then, like, yeah, you should probably pay some more, especially for, yeah, like, lifetime royalties. That's weird, That's weird. Should be way more. Should be way more. Like, they want your stuff, send me more. If they would be like, yo, guys, want to have your... But then again, they would have, like, a lot of applications with a lot of songs that people want to suggest. And they could not find, you know, things that they like, you know. And if they already found something that they like and want in their game, might as well, you know, fork out a little more. Alright, let me see. Am I missing some here? We got that. Alright, this one. Something else. Oh yeah, this one. I wonder how many people managed to get that going. That should be it. Song they used were uber popular already, I guess, yeah. The 4, for example, was like with Vladivostok FM. That was kind of like something kind of like somewhat big because like it was like, you know, oh shit. It was like some of our, you know, artists, some of our musicians who got into sort of like, you know, that big international mainstream. That was kind of a bit of a kind of like Vogue moment. It was kind of shitty, so not the best songs, I guess. But, you know, still was kind of like nice. Nice moment. It's kind of memorable, so you still remember that. I did like... There was Seryoga one? I don't remember actually which one from him was there. Was it... No, it wasn't the Boomer, I think. It was something else. And Glucosa was there, I remember. Yeah, Glucosa, I remember. She recently got into some interesting fiestas too. Shinji Mikami slams video game censorship in Japan. The rules are made by people who don't play games. True. Callisto Protocol. What the fuck is that? Strict video game rating system. Can even cause games to be completely banned in the region, such as Dead Space and Callisto Protocol. To be launched in consoles in Japan, games must obtain a rating from Japan's CRO, a Computer Entertainment Rating Organization board. Although download-only titles have the option of getting a classification from the IRC, all games with 18+ content in Japan must pass CRO regulations. On the other hand, PC releases on Steam in Japan usually end up being uncut, as they don't have to pass through CRO. I think it's an old system because games end up being restricted due to rules made by people who don't play games, blocking enjoyment of those who want to play them. Suda agreed, commenting, "We have no choice but to deal with imposed regional restrictions as part of our job, but I always wonder what the players will think. For example, it's a bit sad if people go, I'll buy the PC version on Steam because I want to play uncensored, even though our game, Shadows of the Damned Hell Remastered, is available on a variety of platforms. Who are these restrictions for? I feel they are not for the customers who play the games. Regional Dead Space could not be released in Japan due to restrictions, and those who wanted to play it had no choice but to track down an overseas copy. Left such an impression on me that I remember it even now. One of the people there was in tears, saying we can't sell the game in Japan even though we worked so hard." Stellar Blade released uncensored, damn son. Dead Space Remake was also refused. The depictions of cross-sections of severed body parts and internal organs. Particularly tough and gory depictions of severed body parts. However, they have also called for censorship or removal of sexual content for games to qualify for a 0Z 18+ rating. Examples include a removal of sex scenes in the Japanese release of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt and Baldur's Gate 3, in which genitalia was also censored in a rather amusing way. Suda51 concluded that game censorship in Japan is a difficult issue. It would be good if they could make a CRO X certificate that's higher than CRO Z so that overseas games could be released in Japan unaltered. With the remaster of Shadow of the Damned, we had to make 2 versions, which had a huge impact in terms of workload and prolonged development period. It is kinda annoying indeed. Decapitating good, Boo Boo bad, and here seems kinda reverse, even though now Boo Boo bad also kinda soon, looks like. Concord players jumping off cliffs in the game as they desperately grind for platinum trophy before shutdown. Yeah, saw some of that, man. Wonder if they manage actually. Everyone trying to speedrun the match. Each round takes about 30 seconds. Everyone's just jumping down to get some XP and try to get the platinum. The rare platinum now, dude. All is good Nvidia? Well, I mean, you should just put like, 18 plus. Like, if you put like 18 plus, okay, fine. Make like a 21 plus, alright. If it's like some Giga Gore or like the Giga Porn or something, fine. Get it like a 21 plus. If someone is, like already old enough, to like drive, to drink, to vote and everything. Like, I'm pretty sure they already like old enough, to see a fucking penis or something. So yeah, that is kind of weird indeed, At least in the army, yeah, you're kind of like already supposed to be like, you already probably even been through it by that time. Already been conscripted and returned. 25 minimum to handle seeing a penis, yeah. Well, it's usually how those work, like just the penis or just, like booba is like one thing, one level of rating. But if it's actually, like the sex scene and everything, that's already different level. And if it's like the more stuff involved in that, the more the more hardcore it is. Like I wonder if it's like in some countries, like the Ultan's favorite bear shagging from Baldur's Gate 3 actually had like issues with that because like some fucking, I don't know, like bestiality materials or something. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. It's just in many countries, usually, yeah, there's no like ratings like that technically kind of like applied to digital stuff. Like you buy stuff on Steam, like no one really cares about it. Because like a lot of, I think, like the Coomer games, wherever they are available, like I think like back home, like all of them basically not even available, I think. Yeah, like a lot of them have like the shit that is like, that would be quite the rating if they would be rating that stuff. Like the dink stuff going on in those. Oof. Alright, and they seem like it. Yeah, good thing I didn't go for finishing Warhammer today, because that would be even later than my usual time.